in yoga, meditation, and consciousness. We've come together to learn, grow, and share our individual paths to spiritual enlightenment for a transformative experience. Together, let us embrace the light within. Welcome to the Enlightenment Day 2023 event. Thank you for joining. Welcome to the Enlightenment Day 2023 event. Thank you for joining us in the celebration of the many spiritual paths to enlightenment and well-being. In a world seeking spiritual growth and well-being, we come together to celebrate the beauty of the various spiritual paths. Our mission is to explore the diverse knowledge bases of spirituality leading to enlightenment and well-being. Our vision is to facilitate the sharing and advancement of ancient wisdom, guiding humanity towards a brighter, more enlightened future. The insightful talks and discussions are split across the themes of ancient wisdom, advancement of knowledge, healing plant medicines and well-being, and yoga, meditation, and consciousness. We've come together to learn, grow, and share our individual paths to spiritual enlightenment for a transformative experience. Together, let us embrace the light within.
Greetings and a warm welcome to the Enlightenment Day event 2023, Day 2. We extend our heartfelt appreciation for being here to celebrate and embrace the diverse spiritual paths leading to enlightenment and holistic well-being. Just like yesterday, I, Rubaiyat, am your host for this event. So as I said, today is day 2, and on the agenda today, we have a lot more inspiring and engaging talks and discussions. Most sessions are scheduled for 30 minutes, allowing for 10 minutes of valuable audience interaction. During the Q&A sessions, you're encouraged to activate your microphones and directly pose your questions, or you may opt to type them into the chat for me to read out or to get back to you later on. In the spirit of inclusivity, this Zoom event is simultaneously being streamed on social media platforms and YouTube. For those eager to share this enlightening experience, feel free to visit the Enlightenment Day 2023 Facebook page and share the live stream with your network. As this event is hosted virtually, we kindly request your understanding in the event of any technological errors or issues that may arise. Your patience and cooperation are greatly appreciated. Thank you once again for gracing us with your presence. Let us collectively embark on this journey of wisdom and enlightenment. Our first session is due to start at 7:30. We will be waiting for our esteemed guest speaker to arrive. Hopefully, we will have a very enlightening session with him.
message on a crowdfunding site because she says Mary Lou does not have medical insurance.
What? They started an online fundraiser to pay for their medical expenses.
Good enough that. Levels. Words.
Welcome once again. It's time for our first enlightening session with our esteemed speaker, Prabhuji Nityananda Prandas. The topic of his conversation today is visualizing Om. Prabhuji Nityananda Prandas is a dedicated Bhakti Yoga practitioner with over 2 decades of experience. Alongside his expertise as a certified empathic communications trainer, he also offers guidance as a parenting and relationships coach. Renowned for his skill in simplifying intricate philosophical concepts through the art of storytelling, he has captivated audiences for years. For over 7 years, Prabhuji Nityananda Prandas has immersed himself in the study of the Ramayana, enriching his understanding of this timeless epic. He generously shares his insights and wisdom through a weekly study group and via engaging short clips on his YouTube channel, Nityananda Prandas. Welcome, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for joining us. We're ready whenever you are.
I'm ready. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we
and
can.
do I have screen sharing?
Yes, you do. I made you the co-host and you are able to share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rubaiyat. I'm extremely honored that you invited me to this esteemed forum. I cannot thank you enough for being the trailblazer or the vanguard on trying to bring people from across walks of life to really go deeper in, I guess, understanding, or at least beginning to understand the metaphysical, something beyond the mundane, and in different ways. And the themes that you came up with are just fascinating for me. And I'm a tiny part in the big fabric. So thank you very much for inviting me here. I cannot tell you how grateful I am for giving me a forum to share something that I've been studying for, like you said, over 2 decades. So before I begin, I would like to invoke the blessings of the divine personalities, particularly one's guru or teachers who have contributed in my life to a very significant extent. In fact, whatever I know, I owe to my parents, my family, particularly my wife and my son, and of course, my teachers, my gurus. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Manojavam Marutatuల్య Vegam Jitendriyam Buddhimatam Varishtham Vatatmajam Vanarayutha Mukhyam Shri Ramadutam Shirasa Namami. Kujantam Rama Rameti Madhuram Madhuraksharam Aruhya Kavita Shakham Vande Valmiki Kokilam. Apadam Apahartaram Dataram sarvasampadam lokabhiramam shriramam bhuyo bhuyo namamyaham. Dakshine lakshmano yasya vame cha janakatmajah purato marutir yasya tam vande raghunandanam. The entire Vedic literature, the word Veda literally means the body of knowledge or the specific items of knowledge. This body of knowledge spans across every gamut of life, from material science to psychology to poetry, philosophy, metaphysics, of course, the spiritual. And the system or the body of knowledge is designed in such a way that one can progressively move through these, particularly from those that are material to a little bit more metaphysical or philosophical, and ultimately to the spiritual. The Vedas have seemingly many purposes, but behind all of that is one main purpose or mission. And that mission is that every human being, not necessarily human being as the form of the body, but the human being as the spiritual living entity within this frame called human body, has the opportunity and must take on that opportunity to find one's own identity, to find one's connection with the divine or the supreme, and live a life in relation to that supreme. Generally, when I speak at universities, I ask students that tell me if you agree or disagree with the following statement. We are human beings and we can have a spiritual experience. And most of the time, the answer I get is yes. And by the end of the session, I try to impress upon my audience that we are actually spiritual beings having a human experience. This body is a covering made of matter, and that matter is made of the 5 great elements. And within that cage or body or frame of 5 great elements, earth, water, fire, air, ether, is another little envelope that is made of mind, intelligence, and this idea of ego. Ego tells us who I think I am. And within that is the divine spark of life called Atma or soul. And the Vedic literature wants us to find out who we are, why we are here, how did we get here, is there another existence beyond what we see as that which starts with birth, ends with death, and in between is what we call life, and that has old age and disease and a bunch of other things mixed into it. If we look at that continuum, then there is one thing that is sure for everybody. Doesn't matter if one is American or Indian or Middle Eastern or African or Russian or whatever continent one may be on, whatever life form one may be in, if there is birth, there is death. And so if everyone's heading there, in between what we call life, what is one supposed to do? And different people have different ideas of what life is meant for. The Vedas want to impress upon us that the purpose of life is to find our identity and connect with the Supreme, which also requires to know who the Supreme is. Also requires us to know where we are, how the world operates, what are the features of the world, what are some ways in which we know what we can expect from the world and what we cannot expect from the world. So in that spirit, Ramayana, which was written almost millions of years ago, walks us through that journey. And within that, there is one particular incident or situation that I want to spend time today on. And that is called visualizing Omkara. The word or the sound Om is very famous. It's used anywhere and everywhere across the world. In the circle of yogic personalities, in the circle of those following Hindu religion, those who are spiritualists, those who are scientists, etc., etc. And the word Om has had many, many, many different meanings. And we're going to look at one slice of or one way to appreciate Om. What I'm going to share today is primarily from what I've learned from the teachings of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He has had a very, very significant impact in my life. And over the past 23 years, I've studied carefully his works, and it has enriched me in ways and means that is hard to express within 30 minutes. So when we look at this sound Om, symbolized this way, we see that it is made of three syllables or three sub-sounds, A, U, and Ma. And when combined, the sound is Om. People generally write OM because that's a more colloquial way of referring to it. But actually the sound is with these three, the A, the U, and the Ma. And there's a lot of philosophy behind why they are that way. And we're going to go to understanding what Om first is. In the Vedic body of knowledge, sound is very, very critical and important aspect, because it is by sound that or by certain vibrations of sound, it is meant that it awakens a certain aspect of ourselves. We know that sound affects us in certain ways. For example, when we hear melancholy music, it stirs a certain emotion of sadness or being pensive or thoughtful, etc. If the music is upbeat, like a good dance number, then we, perhaps without even knowing, out of reflex, find ourselves tapping our feet. Or if the sound is more meditative or peaceful, that invokes a sense of placidity or a calmness, then that's the effect it has on us. And beyond these three, there is a certain aspect of sound that awakens our spiritual nature. And Om is such sound. More specifically, in the Vedic body of knowledge, these sounds are called bija. Bija literally translates to a seed. The seed itself may be tiny, but from that tiny seed can manifest a gigantic banyan tree that has millions of other seeds, and within each seed is the potential of another gigantic banyan tree, which means that one seed can give birth to or can give rise to a almost infinite series of understanding and an infinite access to knowledge. So Om, with these three, particularly invokes within the person the idea to find what our source is, or more specifically, who our source is. And we all in our lives, if we notice carefully, in certain times of, or in certain crossroads or junctures of life, either when we are very happy, or the other end of the continuum is when we are very, very sad or unhappy, and then something in between, we tend to find connections with our source. For example, our family, our country, the sport that I grew up with. These are all symbolizing my innate desire to connect with my source, because at source, I feel a sense of calm, I feel a sense of security, I feel a sense of stability, etc. Now, that's only within this mundane frame of this life, but we are sourced from somebody. I'm using the word sourced from as if it were a function of time, which it's not, but that's the language to give us an idea that there is a ultimate source that we are connected with, we are parts of, and finding that connection is the mission of human life. And Om is meant to help that. So with that framing or setup, let's go to the Ramayana. I'm assuming my audience here has some idea or some familiarity with the word Ramayana and perhaps the general storyline. I don't have the bandwidth or time for going through the entire Ramayana story, but the main characters, as we see in this picture, are Sri Rama, Sita, Sita Devi, Sri Rama's wife, and Lakshmana, Sri Rama's brother. That's the sort of the plot of the story, if you will. And this picture is from when the three of them are wandering through the forest for 14 years, particularly 13 years, and then 1 year has a different storyline, but generally 14 years. Rama's stepmother asked her husband, Rama's father, that her son should ascend the throne and Rama should be banished to the forest for 14 years. Sita, who was madly in love with her husband, couldn't manage the idea that she would have to live separately from him, and so she volunteered to join him. And Lakshmana, his dear brother, also left Ayodhya home and wandered with them for 14 years. That's the storyline. Now we're going to see something that's very fascinating, and it touches on the metaphysical, or perhaps actually the more uh, spiritual or transcendental aspect in a moment. So with this scene, in the Aranya Kanda or canto, in chapter 11, that chapter begins with this verse. And this verse is very, very pregnant because it is packed with meaning. Although just to see it, one may not necessarily catch it. And the verse goes this way. Agratah prayayau Ramaha Sita madhye sumadhyama Prishtatahastu dhanurshpani Lakshmano anujagama ha. And literally it means Rama is walking in front. He's leading the way. Sita, who has a very slender waist, is in the middle. And Lakshmana, holding a bow in his hand, is following in the end, or is following behind the two of them. And so the great teachers across Vaishnava traditions who've been reading and working and commenting on the Ramayana for over 1,000 years literally have a field day with this verse. And I'm going to show you something. If you look carefully at the verse, this is a verse with 32 syllables called Anushtup Chanda. That's the meter. Chanda is a meter. And it starts with, actually, let's go with how it ends. In a Sanskrit verse, wherever you see the ha, it is meant that the writer is exclaiming. In English, we put an exclamation mark, so it tells us that ha is an expression of wonderment. It's an expression of delight. And one may say, what is delightful in this verse? So the writer, Valmiki, the sage Valmiki, is seeing, when he envisions the three of them walking, this is what he sees. I've highlighted so you know what I'm referring to. Agrataha prayayau Rama begins with an A. Sita madhye, madhye means right in the middle. Su madhyama, the U is there. And the very last syllable of the verse is ma. Of course, we're going to take the wonderment or the exclamation out for the moment. So the last is ma. So it starts with a, ends with ma, and in between is u. So this is the Om verse. And because this is the Om verse, Valmiki is in raptures of ecstasy, and therefore ha. All right, anyone can compose a verse that has the syllables this way. So what is so great about it? Coming up right now. The entire aspect of truth with a capital T has 5 aspects to it. This is according to a great scholar, a Vaishnava scholar by the name Baladev Vidyabhushana, who is a, I would say, a 16th century scholar, teacher. He says all of the Vedic knowledge pretty much has these 5 themes. One is called Bhagavan, or the source. Other is called Prakriti, which I've termed as the facilitating energy, so we call nature. Nature not necessarily as trees and plants, but that which brings forth what we call matter in our experience. And then there is Prakriti of a different nature as well. There's construction going right next to our building, and you will see that there are these little elevators going up and down, taking items from the floor all to the top floor then coming down. So there is a certain energy that takes things up. There's a certain energy that brings things down. There are certain forces that ask us to or urge us to take the higher road. And within us also are the certain pushings that make us take the lower road, etc. Then there is Jiva, the living being, Jivati, one who is alive. Kala, or the factor of time. Basically, time moves all beings and things. And karma. Karma is a composite of all the experiences or consequences, both at the individual level and the collective level. For example, if I have my own karma, and when it is winter, I live in the Midwest of the United States, and we have some very intense winters. And I'm sure for different people, they have intense summers or intense winters or hurricanes or earthquakes. So then that becomes a collective experience for us. And in this verse, all five are packed, and therefore, I'm going to show you how. The represents, in the Vedas, it says Akaro Vishnu. That the syllable because from all the other letters of the alphabet manifest. And so that which manifests everything is a representation of the Supreme, termed as Vishnu or Rama or Krishna. And therefore, Agratah Prayo Rama represents the of the Om as that source from which everything, Prakriti, Kala, Jiva, Karma, everything manifests. Everything material, everything spiritual manifests. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, Krishna says, in chapter 10, Krishna says that everything comes from me. There is nothing that is sourced from somewhere else. And because he is the source, by definition, God, as sometimes the parlance we say God, means the source of everything and everyone. And so people have this idea of, oh, is that your God? Because my God is different. By definition, God cannot be two. It only has to be one. We may know that Supreme Being differently, and therefore we may think my God versus your God or his God or her God. But by definition, God means the source from which everything comes. So we cannot have two sources. And the Jiva, the living entity who's meant to live with a purpose, is the Ma. Ma stands for Mrityu, or that which the person who will meet death at some point. So this Ma is Lakshmana, or represented by Lakshmana, who's following. And he is the Jiva, or the living being. What about Kala? Is time represented in this verse? Yes. He says Anujagama, he's walking. By the act of walking, there is passage of time. Because a few seconds ago, I was 4 steps back. A few seconds later, I'll be further down the road. So there is passage of time in walking. And what about karma? He says Dhanushpani is holding a bow. Now, Rama is also holding a bow, but the verse doesn't refer to him holding a bow. The reason being, Dhanushpani is Lakshmana is a warrior, and a warrior has certain duties to execute. Now, each one of us has an identity. I'm a father, I'm a business owner, I'm a man, I'm a citizen of this country, or, so each identity gives me a certain duty to perform. And so the holding of the bow indicates what is one's work. So there is the word karma, but ideally karma is meant for dharma. Again, the word dharma has so many connotations in our day-to-day life, but according to the Vedas, the word dharma means our intrinsic nature. So, for example, the dharma of sugar is sweetness. The dharma of water is liquidity. The dharma of a chili pepper is heat. If you remove that from that element, it loses its characteristic, it loses its identity. So the dharma of a living being, not this body, but the living being also has a dharma, and that dharma is to serve the Supreme with love. And that serving with the Supreme with love in a Vedic parlance is called bhakti, sometimes translated as devotion, but more specifically it is devotional service, because love has to have a way to express it. Otherwise, it's only lip service. I say, but I don't follow it up with action. So here's the living entity. Here's the Supreme Source. But how do they connect? Is there a medium? Because without a medium, it's not possible. And so that is the Sita, that energy of Lord Ram, who is called Hladini, or the potency of love. It is the means or the medium by which Rama or Vishnu or the Supreme brings to us experiences of affection, love, connectedness, compassion, grace, etc. All of this. And it's the same energy that allows us to express the same to the Supreme. Without Sita, in this case, no living entity, without this energy, Madhyama, the mediator or mediatrix, no living entity can express or experience compassion, grace, love, happiness, etc. So, in the aspect of truth, all three are required, and all three work together, and Sita, or this divine energy, connects the living being to the source. And therefore, she is in the middle. So all 5 topics are included within Om, identified as A, O, and Ma. So those who meditate on Om are meant to visualize that it actually talks about the absolute truth and invites us to explore, experience that absolute truth and living by that absolute truth. And therefore, Valmiki said, ha! Very apt exclamation at the end of the verse. So I'm going to stop here and see if there are any comments. You'd like to share some reflection. You'd like to express something. I'm a student too, so I'd love to hear your views and thoughts. So please feel free to chime in, and Rubaiyat, please facilitate however you'd like.
Absolutely. But first, let me tell you how enlightening and fascinating this talk was. And when you were giving us those beautiful compliments on organizing this event, I wanted to tell you that the pleasure, privilege, and honor is absolutely ours. Thank you for gracing us with your presence in this wonderfully enlightening talk. So I would like to open it up for questions, comments. Audience, you're most welcome to turn your microphone on and ask us questions. You can also leave them in the comments section. You're most welcome to send us your questions in whichever way is most convenient for you.
And it doesn't have to be a question. You're welcome to share a reflection, something you've studied, heard somewhere, and disconnected with you. You learned something that you did not know, or it strengthened something you already knew. Great, please share. I'm open.
So I had a quick question, Prabhuji, if I may.
Please.
I was wondering if you could help us or lead us to understand about the best way to pronounce Om and how it should be done during meditation.
So it sounds exactly the way we say it, Om, as if it were OM, and we write it that way. And the symbol of Om also sounds like Om, but it has these three components in it. But when they come together, a sound, although it sounds in a particular way, it's important. That's why I titled it as visualizing. One is to visualize that it has these three components and what these three components represent. As far as the, it's called in Sanskrit ucharana, or the speaking or vibrating that sound, it sounds very much like this. Om.
Thank you so much. So we have some comments in the comment section. We have a comment from Samantha Perry. She's saying, "This was wonderful. You are very knowledgeable, and I appreciate hearing your talk." We also have a comment from Dolly Borua. She says, "What a wonderful class. Thank you so much. I didn't know much about Om, even though I chant every day. Thank you for making us understand." Yes, I absolutely agree with Dolly that even though we do chant it every day in our meditations, but the way we understood it today is something that we were missing before. So thank you so much, so very much, Prabhuji. And that's why I also wanted to know about how it is spoken, the pronunciation, if I may call it so that we can practice it in the best way possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samantha and Dolly. I appreciate it. And I think Shweta responded too. So thank you.
Thank you. So we will now quickly move on to our next speaker. And I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed speaker to everybody present here.
Well, it's nice to see an old friend.
I just wanted to say that it's not a coincidence that my forehead mark matches Nityananda Pran Prabhuji's, because he is my teacher and mentor for many, many years. So I just wanted to share that as well before you introduce.
Thank you so much. So esteemed speaker, Dr. Partha Bishesh, is going to enlighten us on the topic of sonic therapy for mind expansion. Dr. Partha Bishesh is a certified yoga and meditation trainer who serves as a spiritual advisor and chaplain at Northeastern University and Brandeis University, respectively. Over the years, Dr. Bishesh has learned to synthesize the world of science and spirituality. In the world of technology, he serves as a faculty member at Tufts University and a director of engineering at MathWorks. Dr. Bishesh carries a bachelor's degree from the Indian Institute of Technology and a PhD from the University of California, Irvine. Despite having high-profile responsibilities under his belt, he strives to live a very simple and humble life of devotion toward God. He strongly believes that when we take upon responsibilities of life as a service to God, we can tangibly experience God's presence even in so-called mundane affairs of life. Thank you for being here, Dr. Bishesh. And you can begin the presentation as and when you are ready.
I hope you can see the screen. Am I right?
Yes, we can.
Right. So thank you so much, Rubaiyat, for your very generous introduction. I would like to share sort of, you can say, as a follow-on from what you heard from Nityananda Pranpu about the significance of chanting Om and how to visualize it. I'm going to introduce another mantra in this presentation, and we would experience actually the benefit of entering into the sound and how that helps us expand our mind. So that's what my goal is. So before we enter into the presentation about the sound itself, it's probably important to understand what we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So we have all a unique personality traits when we go through different phases of life. But those personality traits are simply reflection of what is being carried in our own mind. Oftentimes, if you have to understand mind, it could be easier to take the help of an analogy. Like suppose I enter into a taxi and tell the taxi driver that I want to go to the airport. And the taxi driver takes me to the middle of a jungle and then robs me of all my possessions. So our mind is just like that. Like we have a particular intention to go in a particular destination, and we may direct the mind that, okay, let's go there. And the mind takes us totally in a different place and also takes everything away as a result of that taking over our whole self. So therefore, mind is oftentimes compared to a monkey, but it's just not a monkey, but a drunken monkey. In fact, a drunken monkey stung by a scorpion, but that's not good enough. A drunken monkey stung by a scorpion and possessed by a ghost. So this is what we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So clearly, what can we do to actually make the best use of such a partner that we have got? So I titled the presentation as Mind Expansion. So it is derived from this analogy. Like suppose I put 10 tablespoons of salt into a bottle of water. Of course, I would not ask you to drink, but the point is that if I put 10 tablespoons of salt in a bottle, I would not dare drink that bottle of water. But if I put the same 10 tablespoons of salt into a room filled with water, then that's not such a big problem. I would not feel the presence of the salt. So when we are living in this world, the mind becomes quite saturated with so many impressions, so many thoughts, so many experiences that we are carrying from the past. And when another new experience that is thrown at us, we are processing through that lens, and we are very, very narrow-minded. And it is just like we are dealing with this 10 tablespoons of salt in the water, and that water is representing our mind. So one new thing that comes is like throwing 10 tablespoons of salt into our narrow mind. But if we are able to somehow expand that mind, just like filling up the whole room, then that 10 tablespoons of salt will be nothing. It would not actually bother us. So in other words, if we can somehow or other broaden our mind, broaden our consciousness, then the day-to-day struggle that we go through, they will not bother us. They will not affect us. And that's what we want to experience through some process which we can hold on to. And that process I'm going to share is going to be based on sound or sonic therapy. So let's just understand the mind a little bit more. So when we are living in this world, we are reading every single information around us in the form of sound, touch, form, taste, smell, through our knowledge gathering senses. And then they are passed on to the mind, intelligence, and ego for processing. And ultimately, we as the spirit soul are experiencing after this information is getting filtered through. But in this body, we also have another soul, which is the super soul. And at any given time, the soul can just be oriented to listen to all these different coverings that are acting as filters for varieties of information that are thrown at us. Or the soul can look at the super soul and see what is the best way to deal with a particular situation. So in that taxi kind of framework, just imagine if I had another friend who is very powerful sitting in that same taxi. And all I have to do is that call out to that friend and say, can you please help me out? And that friend is ever ready to help me out. Then the whole situation will change. The taxi driver would not be able to take me to the jungle and then rob me of all possessions. So in other words, the soul has a choice at any given moment to take the help from the super soul, which is always there next to the soul within the core of our heart. So all in all, we are dealing with the gross physical reality that is around us, and the mind, intelligence, and ego act as the subtle reality. And then we essentially have a spiritual reality. Now, in order to better understand mind, intelligence, and ego, I like to give this example that every morning when we wake up, we repeatedly go through the same experience. When we wake up in the morning, the first thing that we realize is that I exist. And along with that realization that I exist comes forth different varieties of masks that we are wearing in this life. It could be, I'm a doctor, I'm an engineer, I'm a boy, I'm a girl, or whatever facets of existence that I'm meditating upon on a daily basis that just comes forth in front of our consciousness. So every morning when we are waking up, the first realization we get is I exist as something. And then that is immediately followed by I want something. And then after I want, then I plan. So in this way, we have the experience of the ego which is telling us who we are or what we are living as, the representational self. And then mind comes into the picture to fill our whole consciousness with what are the things I want. And then intelligence takes the role of helping us how to plan to get wherever the mind wants to go. So this is the realization that we have every day. Another way of actually understanding the mind is that mind is just like a software. And this body that we are having, the gross body, which is made up of 5 basic elements, that is just like a hardware. And we are the user of the software and the hardware. So now this user is totally dependent on the quality of the hardware and the software. Even if suppose we have a good computer or good hardware, if the software is corrupted, then the user cannot actually make use of the computer so well. So likewise, we may be having very well-built body, but if the mind is corrupted, if the mind is not cooperating, then we would not be able to function effectively in this world. There was actually a real incident many years ago in a place called Mumbai in India. And so there was a bus driver in the early morning. He was taking the bus from the bus depot. And he just ran crazy. And he started running the bus all over the place, hitting whatever the bus was coming in touch with. And he destroyed many properties, destroyed many lives. And then until somehow or other, the cops were able to stop him. So this person had everything at his disposal to drive the bus, He had a good bus, he had the ability to drive. But what was wrong in his case is that he did not have a sense of direction. He did not have a sense of proper purpose. And therefore, in spite of having all the other external conditions in a proper state, because the internal state was not proper, the impact was disastrous. So likewise, we have to see how to actually make our internals better so that we can make use of whatever resources have been provided to us more effectively. So now this mind operates at 5 different levels. This is coming from a commentary on the 3rd verse of the Sage Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. The 3rd verse essentially defines yoga. Yoga's definition goes like this: Yogas chitta vritti nirodha. That yoga is that which stops the churning of the mind. Mind is churning. Churning what? All kinds of thoughts from the past, all kinds of impressions, desires from the past. And yoga has the ability to somehow or other check that strong force, which is taking our attention away from what matters to us. So in that commentary to the 3rd verse, which is defining yoga, the 5 states of the mind got revealed. And it goes progressively from lowermost state of the mind to the highest state. The lowermost state is what is quite familiar to us. It's called the Shipta position, or the distracted position of the mind. So distracted position can be best described by the imagery of a monkey who cannot stand still even for a moment. It just keeps moving from one branch to another. So likewise, we generally have a very hard time keeping our focus on one thing. It's like having a remote control in our hand, and we constantly surf through channels. We are not able to keep one channel active in front of us. There's somebody who actually did a comparison between the attention span of the modern human beings and that of a well-known species of life, which is known to have the smallest attention span, and that happens to be a goldfish. So actually, many years ago, the goldfish was considered to be the species of life having the lowest attention span. But somehow or other, in the 21st century, we have broken the record of the goldfish as well. So thanks to all these social media and all kinds of source of distraction that we are bombarded with all the time, we are literally struggling for getting out of this distracted mode. But this is the lowest state of consciousness, or lowest state of the mind. A little higher than that is what is called the mudha, not mudha, but mudha. So mudha basically means being stupefied or lulled. So the best imagery here is that of a donkey. So if suppose one has taken some drugs or is under influence of alcohol, then one can say that one is sort of staying in one place. But that mind is not actually any useful, because one is just in that very inert sort of state. But that is still considered to be slightly better than the distracted state, where the mind is constantly switching. So the previous one was more like when you are switching between ignorance and passion constantly. This one is more like situated in the mode of ignorance. A little higher than that is what is called vikshipta. Vikshipta is the disturbed condition of the mind. So disturbed condition of the mind can be best understood by thinking about what happens when you're watching a horror movie. So when you're watching a horror movie, you are actually focused. But you may be focused, you are at the same time very disturbed. It's not a very happy state of focus. So what happens is that once in a while, we are actually subjected to horror movie of our own life, and we just cannot get out of it. But that kind of mental state, although it may look like we are just going again and again back into certain negative emotions, it just generates a very unproductive state of consciousness. And therefore, as long as we are operating in these three states, the Shipta, Mudha, or Vikshipta, meditation is practically out of question. So the next two states are essentially higher state of the mind. The fourth state is what is referred to as the Ekagra state, where one can become attentive. Now, note very carefully in this picture, I'm showing a candlelight. So in other words, we are able to fix an external object of meditation where we are bringing our concentration to. So in other words, in this Ekagra state, there is an external object for meditation, and we are bringing our mind to focus on that object. In fact, there is a particular kind of meditation called Trataka meditation. And this is an example of Jyoti Trataka, where one is actually fixing one's gaze on a candlelight or a lamp. So this is one step above the previous states that you saw. But the highest state where actually that meditation reaches its point of consummation is the point of niruddha, or absorbed state. Now, in this state, the difference is that in the previous state, the external object and us, we do not have any relationship as such. In the case of absorbed state, we are actually dealing with something which is relatable to us, something that we have an innate connection with. So just like in the previous presentation, you heard about the word Ishvara or Bhagavan, where that is the source of our existence. So that source of our existence is something that we have connection with. And therefore, that is the natural place where we can bring our mind to for getting absorbed. So at this stage, we are in a position to reach out to a power beyond our limitations. As you saw in the first three stages, we are in a practically helpless condition. So it can be in the mixed mode of passion and ignorance, or it can be pure ignorance, or it can be passion, or it can be even goodness. But this is really the transcendental experience where one is, as long as one is in the helpless position, one is still operating within one's limitations. So as long as we are operating within our limitations, we have to stick to those limitations. So the only way we can actually come out of it if some object is able to elevate our level of consciousness. And therefore, this state is what we want to achieve. So now that is possible only because we have an innate reality. And that reality is that we are a part and parcel of God. And that actually puts us in a qualitative state of oneness with God. Just like a drop of ocean has got qualitative oneness with the ocean, or a spark of sun has a qualitative oneness with the sun. And therefore, an interaction can take place between the part and the whole. And that gives a lot of hope. So our current situation is that we are a spirit soul, which is entrapped within the various coverings. So I showed you the covering of the subtle body, which is constituted by the mind, intelligence, and ego. And then we have the gross body, which is made up of the five gross elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. But the soul, because it has got an inherent connection with God, it also is able to borrow the qualities of eternality, knowledge, and bliss from God. So we, being a sample of God, we are able to have the same kind of quality as God, although in infinitesimal proportion, but we can still establish a connection with Him. And therefore, the goal of the soul is to somehow or other extricate out of this matter where we are sort of entrapped. And we are entrapped because of the absorption of the mind in matter. So just like in that example I showed, that one may think about meditating on the light of the candle, or one may meditate on something else. But the key question that we have to ask is, does the object of meditation have a potency to purify our mind? Does the object of meditation have something to uplift our mind and consciousness? So only then we can have the possibility to come out of this difficult position. So sound acts as a secret tool for controlling our mind. There are many, many references regarding that. This is one of many such references. It is said that everything has a sound, whether we hear it or not. Like, for example, a scientist from Israel, he did an experiment where he was able to record the popping noises that come from the plants in response to the stresses like dehydration or a cut. Likewise, sematics is a study of patterns that are encapsulated by the sound. This is one example where you will see just with the help of the sound, the dust particles that are sprayed there, they will organize themselves, kind of showing that the sound is encapsulating the pattern. And this is just one such example. There are many such examples that are produced as a result of just the sound. In other words, whatever we hear, it doesn't have to be ordinary. Okay, so that's where actually now we can get into a very special form of meditation called mantra meditation. Before we go into mantra meditation, which gives us a tool to harness the power of sound, let's understand what does the word mantra mean. So man stands for mind and tra stands for delivering the mind. So mantra is something that delivers us from something. So what is exactly mantra delivering us from? From the suffering that is inflicted. It's in fact self-inflicted by the mind. So there are generally 4 levels of sound which are represented by the 4 states of consciousness. So technically they are referred to as Vaikhari, Madhyama, Pashyanti, and Para. And they correspond to physical, mental, intellectual, and transcendental. So you can see the external sound is coming through the ear and then getting processed through the mind intelligence. And hopefully, as we are able to tap into the inner quality of the sound, we would be able to tap into the spiritual potency of the sound. So at the physical level, we can hear the sound as it may sound in an ordinary sense. So when we process it through the layer of the mind, we are able to see the distinction between the sound and the meaning. Like, for example, if I right now chant water, 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 it is not going to quench my thirst because the sound water is different from the meaning or what water represents. And so we are able to see that distinction, that there is the sound water, but then that actually represents an object which is separate from that sound itself. But then when we process it further at the intellectual level, the sound, we would be able to see that it possesses other features like color and form and so on and so forth. So I just showed you in that sematics example how sound possesses form. And at the transcendental level, we are able to come in touch with this reality that there is actually no difference between the sound and the meaning, especially when we are dealing with spiritual sound. Now, when it comes to material sound, there is indeed a difference. So what can actually make a difference? What can make a difference is somehow or other, if you're able to spiritualize that layer, the ear, the mind, and the intelligence. So when our senses, mind, and intelligence, they are purified, then we can realize the sacred chants, like one mantra that is in front of you. It is famously called the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra because it is considered to be the great mantra for deliverance. So it goes like this: Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So this is considered to be non-different from the transcendental source of our existence. And because these sounds or these sound vibrations, they are representing something which is actually non-different from the transcendental source of our existence. Therefore, we can actually go into that absorbed state of consciousness that I mentioned before and experience that transcendental reality. And so when these layers are purified, then we can experience that para, or which is the highest state of the consciousness. So now I want to invite you to experience this chant, but I'm going to also give some tips for how to attentively enter into these sound vibrations. So as you can see, these sounds, they are encapsulated by 3 words, basically, Hare Krishna and Rama, and they're arranged in this wonderful pattern. It's just like if you have a combination lock, right? And if you want to open it, you need to know exactly the code, right? And when you align, let's suppose it's a 3-digit, like 357, and you align them, and as soon as you align them, the lock opens up. So likewise, this combination of these beautiful sound vibrations, Hare Krishna and Rama, they produce the combinational characters for us, which have the potency to unlock our heart so that we can actually connect with the transcendental source of our existence. So I'm going to share with you how to actually get into an attentive chanting mode. So usually when I chant, I would do using the beads, and the beads have got 108 beads threaded together in the form of a garland, and with a very special sort of bead. Let me see if I can. So with a very special kind of bead on the top. So that's where we start from, and then that's where we end. And generally, we use these beads with our right hand, and we use our tactile senses, but we use our thumb and the middle finger and keep our index finger away. So when we are moving the beads, they would look like this, So on every bead, we can chant the full mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. It's like that. But the key question is that when we are talking about 108 beads, so that's a lot of beads to focus on. So I wanted to share some tips on how to attentively to chant these sacred sounds. Okay. So if you like, you can join me on this. So first try to see whether we can chant together just the 4 mantras with attention. The 4 mantras are just in front of you. So let's try to chant together these 4 mantras. Okay, so it goes like this. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Is it very difficult to just focus on 4 mantras? Can I hear from one of you?
No, it didn't seem like when you were leading us. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So our whole attentive chanting is going to depend on being able to focus on 4 mantras. Okay. So now let's see, can we actually divide into upper, middle, and lower and see whether we can actually handle. So 4, then 4, and then 4. So 4 upper, 4 middle, and 4 lower. So let's try to do it together, okay? So just 12 mantras. The mantras in front of you, you can even scan from left to right and then going from top to bottom. Okay, so left to right, then the second layer, left to right, then the third layer, left to right. Okay, so let's try together. Okay, so the idea is, can I bring my attention to hearing these sound vibrations? Okay, that's the goal. So Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Were you able to do it? Were you able to pay attention to 12 mantras?
I think I did quite well, but
Very good.
I also know that's only because you've been guiding us.
Well, we have made a major progress here, by the way, that we have declared to ourselves we can manage 12 mantras without any problem. So now I'm going to introduce the next thing, color, okay? So we have got red color. So on the red color, which is in front of you, we are focusing on the 12 mantras exactly like the way we did it, okay? Then the red is going to be followed by yellow, okay? 12 mantras. Then green, 12 mantras, blue, 12 mantras, black, 12 mantras, then blue again, then green, then yellow, and then red. So overall, it would look like this. So this is chanting one round. So you go red, yellow, then green, blue, black, and then come down black. After that, you come down to blue, green, yellow, and then red. Now, what we have achieved is 12 times 9, which is 108 mantras we chanted, which means we finished the whole round. So that's what we want to achieve with attention. So this I call to be like the 3 phases, learning the 3 phases of meditation. So one is, you can say the mantra is right in front of you. So you can actually go through the mantra in front of you, and therefore you are getting the help of the mantras. Or you may close your eyes. You are bringing your mind to hearing the sound vibration. That's the dharana, dhyan. So dhyan is you are actually bringing your mind to become attentive. So which is similar to the ekagra that I showed you as the 4th stage of the mind, or 4th state of the mind. And ultimately, we have to see that actually I have a relationship with this mantra, because this mantra is non-different from the source, the transcendental source of our existence. And therefore, because we have a relationship, so we can call out, please help me. You know, that is the mood. So when that mood is established, it is the highest state of absorption. So in this way, we can chant these mantras either at the dharana stage or dhyan stage or samadhi stage. So we'll practice whichever way you feel comfortable. But I wanted to lead you to another level, okay? And that level is that actually transcendental source of existence has a form, has a transcendentally beautiful features. So this is a beautiful picture of Radha Krishna. So actually, when we are chanting these mantras, we are actually praying to Radha, the feminine figure in front of you. She is the internal potency of God. So we are praying to her that please engage me in the service of the Supreme Lord, who is Sri Krishna. So why these colors, right? So what happened is that, so first we are starting from the lotus feet, which is shown with the red color. And then we are moving up into the yellow color. So we are focusing on the yellow garment. And then we are going to the green colored waist belt. And then from there, we are going into the blue colored garland. That's why it's the blue color. And then we are going into the blackish face of Krishna. It's a beautiful feature of Krishna. And then we are going back to the blue color. So on every single place, we are chanting those 12 mantras. And we just learned how to bring attention to those 12 mantras. And then yellow, and then finally to the red lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. And this is how our meditation goes, taking the full vision of the Supreme Lord. So that's the way we are going through this meditation. So now, if you want to just see how that looks like, let's just try 36 mantras, which means we are going for 3 phases. Okay, so 3 colors. So we'll start from red, and from red we will go to yellow, which is the yellow garment, and then we are going to green, and we'll stop there. And at least you will get some experience of how to actually attentively bring focus. So you are welcome to either use the mantra, which is basically you are gazing at the mantra in front of you. So you can literally scan from left to right, top to bottom. And in this way, you will complete 12. Or you can close your eyes and see whether you're actually able to bring your attention to 444, right? And then whether you are able to also cultivate that mood that please help me. I have a relationship with you, with that kind of mood. Then it becomes even more intimate. So that's the basic idea of sonic therapy. So let's try together if it's okay. So we're going to start with this red color, and please join me together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Thank you very much for joining me. Let me just make this whole presentation end with a beautiful quote from His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Before I go into this, I just wanted to check the importance of this.
Chanting Hare Krishna. We may not understand what is meaning of Hare Krishna, but still, because it is transcendental sound, it is auspicious. Wherever you chant Hare Krishna, they may hear or they may not hear. It is auspicious for.
So that's the thought I wanted to share. And just quickly, one thing that I wanted to say is that if you want to make this as a regular practice, there are 4 foundational principles that Sage Patanjali gives in his Yoga Sutra. Satu Dirgha Kala Nirantarya, Satkara Asavito Dridabhumi. I like to call 4 C's. So you need to have commitment, which means perseverance in practice. It's not that in one day we would be able to be fully attentive, but we have to constantly practice. And there has to be daily practice or consistency in order to see the results. And at the same time, we have to value what we are getting. So in other words, we have to give the highest priority. So typically the best time chosen for this kind of meditation is early morning, and preferably before sunrise. And there has to be this mood of calling out to make this practice even more efficacious. So thank you very much. Happy immersion into the sacred sound. And let me see if you have any question or comment.
May I just first say how beautiful that talk was? Thank you so very much. It was beautiful, it was enlightening, and it was also very enjoyable. We really enjoyed a lot. I chanted along with you. And as I said, I could do so well is only because you were guiding us. So thank you so much. I'm sure our audience has a lot of questions to ask or comments. You're all welcome to ask Dr. Bishesh the questions that you have, or as I said, it can be comments as well. We do have some comments in the chat where we have our audience members thanking you for such a beautiful, beautiful session. And so if our audience members don't have any questions, then there is one that I would like to ask. So Dr. Bishesh, I wanted to know, as we were meditating, visualizing the different colors, for some reason I couldn't go beyond the color yellow. And I wanted to ask you why our mind would want to hold on to a particular visualization and not move beyond that. And also my second question would be, what is the significance of the color yellow in Bhagwan Sri Krishna's depiction of Bhagwan Sri Krishna's attire?
Yeah, so thank you for your question. So usually every person is different, and the difference is coming from the varieties of stored imprints from the past, like however way we have been shaped. And it's not just shaped in this life. We have all gone through many, many lifetimes. And it's very hard to pinpoint what is the specific variety that I'm dealing with, variety of impression that we are dealing with. So in your case, if it is like yellow looks very fascinating, maybe another case probably green might be fascinating. So yellow color actually represents the color of Krishna's dhoti or Krishna's garment. So typically that's the color of dhoti that Krishna wears. And that's why I was showing the picture that those colors represent the specific sort of movement through the the body of Krishna, the transcendental features of Krishna. And therefore, when we go through that feature in mind, you're actually remembering Krishna. So now if Krishna doesn't mean anything to you, then those colors are fine, and that's why I have tried to present in both the ways. But there are people that may immediately connect with that form. And therefore for them, they don't have to worry about the color. Therefore, they worry about going from the lotus feet and then to the dhoti, then to the waistband, to the garland and to the face, and then back again, then that will deepen their meditation on the form of the Supreme Lord. Yeah. So I hope that I answered both the questions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else with any other questions? You can also send it to us in written form, and we will forward it to Dr. Vishesh and hopefully get back with his answers to you. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This has been tremendously enlightening, and we're so grateful that you joined us today. Thank you.
I'm really grateful to you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now it's time for us to transition to a community circle. This community circle is going to be led by Darren and Samantha. Some of you have met Darren yesterday during his wonderful first community circle led on the topic of the holy healing plant medicines. And today, Darren and Samantha are going to collaborate and share their experiences and sort of elicit each other's journey from the holy plant medicine to Advaita Vedanta. Now, before we do that, I would like to introduce our speaker, Samantha Perry, and I thank her very much for joining us today. So here's a little about our esteemed speaker. Can all of you see my screen? Okay, wonderful. Our esteemed speaker, Samantha Perry, is going to be sharing her experience of walking towards Advaita Vedanta. At 18 years of age, she enlisted in the United States Navy and served honorably for 4 years before commencing her higher education at Pensacola State College in Florida. Concurrently embarking upon a career in zoology. Subsequently, she transitioned into public service, serving steadfastly within the health department, where she continues to contribute her efforts today. Despite enduring numerous traumatic life events, she exhibited resilience and sought her inner truth. Her transformative journey began through engagement with ayahuasca, propelling her swiftly into a deep spiritual practice known as sadhana, culminating in a profound reconnection with her guru. As her sadhana progressed, it led to a pivotal realization of the self. So now I'd like to invite Darren and Samantha to share their experience with all of us. And as I said, this is a community circle. So all the audience is welcome to join the speakers, ask questions, share their thoughts. Let this be an informal exchange of experiences and elicitation of knowledge and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruby.
Thank you.
Hi, Samantha. Did you
There
want
we
to?
go. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yay. Hi. Hello again. Yep. Yeah. So, wow. It's nice to see you again. Yay. Gosh. And for everyone who might not know this, Darren and I think I do remember seeing you at Soul Quest. We both went to this ayahuasca church in Orlando, Florida, where it's where you actually can legally take ayahuasca as part of the sacrament of the church. And so we both happened to, hear me okay? Okay. Like you're nodding. Okay. So yeah. So most of these people that they come into the ayahuasca, in case you guys didn't know, most people are coming from a background where they have addictions, they've got trauma, and the medicine is it's amazing to help such a wide. But every once in a while, you get a tiny segment of people that aren't coming for traumas and addictions. They're coming and they actually are looking for the truth. They want the truth. I didn't even know why I was going to ayahuasca. I really didn't. I just felt compelled. I don't even remember how I stumbled across it. How about you, Darren? Do you remember how you came? Did you find it online?
Yes, I did. I had heard
Is there a delay?
about it.
Okay.
Yeah. You got, I think, a bandwidth problem there, Samantha, but yeah, like I said last night, I had heard about people working with different medicines for help with addictions. And like I said, I studied it for quite a while, and that's what brought me to the medicine originally, was looking for help to break these addictions that I had been dealing with in my life, but then, as you said, it got to a point once I healed these addictions and healed these other traumas in my life, I began to look deeper, for the truth, began to look towards, some of the Eastern traditions, and what was going on with those, they seem to, just seem so vastly different than the Western traditions, the big three. So I mean, it brought me in and deeper and deeper as time went on, and I began to realize how, I mean, it seemed to me how just how deep and how the truth was there, for us to see and to understand and to experience, more than anything, direct experience, like it says in the Gita, and you'll hear in other places too. Direct experience, is what gets you. You experience this directly, and I think most often, it'll put the hook in you, and you keep following this and studying this, so.
Yeah, this is the most, they say it's the most powerful spiritual medicine in the world, that she's called the mother teacher, and she's powerful. So what, I was curious, like, what did your personal experiences, which came first? Was it Advaita Vedanta that came first, or ayahuasca that came first?
Oh no, the Aya first.
Okay.
Ayahuasca first, yeah. I think prior to the ayahuasca, my spirituality was pretty much non-existent. I was raised Catholic, and came to realize, the way the Catholic Church was putting things, to me, it just, I wasn't buying it as I got older. When I was younger, it was okay, but as I got older, and then even what really, I think, ended it for me was when I went to college and I took a world civilizations course, and I learned, all these other countries in the world, had their own different religions, and I'm Catholic only by virtue of where I was born, and these other people are whatever by virtue of where they were born. Who's to say which one is right?
Right.
Like, I had a hard time thinking, God is going to banish these people because they weren't born in the West. They were born in the East, and God's going to banish them to hell because they're not, what I mean? So that didn't go too well. So yeah. So it kind of left me hanging, kind of left me with, nothing to hold on to, nothing firm to hold on to, and then, when the ayahuasca came, and that changed overnight for me, that changed overnight. I began to believe in, in the spiritual realm and spirituality, and it's, made all the difference for me in my life. It's given me a direction and purpose in my life, as we're to prior to that, I was just kind of floundering around, not really knowing what I wanted to do with life, and but this gave me definite, definite direction, definite purpose in life, and to the point where now today, it's I don't know, like the main part of my life. I live it every day. I live it Vaita Vedanta every day. I study every day, and
Wow.
yeah. So yeah, it's the one true reality. You come to realize that, and like I said, it puts the hook in you. So
Yeah, it's the reason. It's the use of reason and your own direct experience. And that's really what it, and all in mine, I didn't have the scripture background. I've never cracked a spiritual book. Everything that was experienced was as a lot of us, as you're kind of starting to understand, is a lot of very astounding experiences, but yet they all seem to coincide with very much so with Advaita Vedanta, with things that you read about in Advaita Vedanta. And I hear the secondhand, I hear the second, third hand, wherever, I read quotes from sages and they mention stuff about Advaita Vedanta scriptures, Upanishads. I've audibly listened to the Ashtavakra Gita, the Ribu Gita, Elam Andre, Avadhut Gita. Oh, I love that one. But I had to listen to it audibly. I can't read it. I can't tolerate reading anything. I don't know what is this incarnation. Absolutely no reading, no reading. I couldn't even read my master's book, Nanyar. I got the Nanyar book and I literally just keep it for the pictures on my puja. I have to have my puja, but I just need the pictures. I couldn't tolerate even reading that. Like, no. Everything must be from within the heart. Even when I had encountered people, respectable people, during my first, I don't know, year or so of ayahuasca work, because I worked with ayahuasca for 2 years. I even had people who flat out told me, you can't destroy ego. And I just let that go in one ear and out the other. I'm like, they don't know. They don't know because they've never tried. And they've never really tried. Have they really tried? No. So they don't know. I don't, but I need to know. I need to know, can this be done? Can this be done? Is there a textbook, cookbook way to do this? Is there rules for this? Is there a way? Because I became obsessed with it about a year into ayahuasca. After about a year of ayahuasca, I realized that this was sadhana. This was the beginning of sadhana. She'd already put me on the sattvic diet. And I realized now in hindsight, I know she was grooming me for getting ready to be reunited with my master, with my guru from the previous incarnation. And I wouldn't remember that part until after realization, after the heart went silent. But yeah, that first ayahuasca ceremony, they weighed everything out, and it was too much. It was too much to, huh?
You were very fortunate in them early years to drink where you did, to that experience you had, where you had it. Yeah, that must have been amazing.
Because I told you about that. I can certainly recount it for everyone if they. It's a very okay. Typically, if you were to take ayahuasca, results vary.
Yeah, for sure.
But they're going to be as specific to you as your own fingerprint. They're going to be tailor-made to you because she already knows you. She already knows what you need. She knows everything about you. You can't hide anything from her. She's going to pull up old memories. She's there. Oh yeah. So whatever happens is specific for what you need. And with this one, I actually had to write that integration down because it was so off the wall. It was so unusual, even for ayahuasca users. I've never met anyone else in ayahuasca who'd had that. And it was all part of a bigger picture. Wow. So yeah, the first night, it was like 6.5 years ago. I had taken ayahuasca. I actually wrote this down. I could read it because I'm like, oh my gosh, it was such a wow. I couldn't even discuss this with a lot of people. I finally wrote this down recently because I couldn't discuss it with people because they simply couldn't relate. Even people who've done ayahuasca for years, they could not relate to this at all. And because this is a previous life as an Indian man. That's where it came from. I was the previous life as an Indian. Before that, I was an Indian woman. And I've been working on this for a while. Whatever. But 6.5 years ago, I tried ayahuasca for the first time at Soul Quest. I purposely had avoided reading or watching too much about it, as I truly wanted to have my own experiences and not be biased or tainted by the experiences of others. Last thing I ever want to hear, and this goes for the whole life, I don't want to hear someone else's, I don't want their junk in my head. I want my own experiences. And that was innate. That was innate coming in this life.
No
I want my own
expectations.
experience. Yeah. So when I arrived, Chris Young had asked me how I heard about Soul Quest, and honestly, I couldn't remember. I laughed and said, or he laughed and said, "That's funny how the medicine calls you sometimes." And I didn't know what he meant by that yet.
Yeah.
There are almost 20 of us there that weekend, just a few volunteers, and that was a big ceremony back then. This is back in 2017, early 2017, I think. So we were all on our cots at night, and we drank that, like you said yesterday, that is one disgusting. It doesn't taste bad the first time you take it. It really doesn't taste that bad, but it tastes worse every time you take it. And that's a defense mechanism, so you don't abuse the medicine.
Yeah.
It really is. Usually humans, we get acclimated to things we drink often, but not this. This is the other way around. That's how powerful she is. No, she will not let you abuse her medicine.
Exactly.
She has her consciousness. This is the consciousness of the planet. It's like a cell phone to the planet. And every session I had with her was like a darshan. It was like darshan. It was like PowerPoint with questions at the end, time for questions at the end. It was like it was like this, like she was giving the lecture, and I would do whatever she says. Holy smokes. But so yeah, before that, when I first took the medicine for the very first time, I fought it. Like a lot of people fight it. I sat up and I was talking to people, and I wouldn't go down. Nope, nope, nope. And I was afraid of the purge, and I was making fun of people that were puking, and woo, the arrogance was off the chart. It was great. Woo, because boy, you get busted down at some point. So I fought the medicine, and eventually I decided to relax and just see what happens. I finally laid down. And at first I saw Chris and a couple of the staff members in a black and white scene, and they're throwing money in the air and they're laughing. And I'm thinking, I got so duped. This is stupid party drug. I paid hundreds of dollars to be here, because back then it was only a few $100s, believe it or not. So yeah, because it was a small church at the time. So I said, I'm just going to enjoy the high. I've done drugs before in high school. I've done LSD, whatever. I'll just enjoy the high, and I'm just not going to come back. And so immediately that vision disappeared, that black and white disappeared, and I got sucked deep. She just, boom. And then it wasn't her that appeared, it was the Buddha. I was not raised Buddha in this incarnation. I'm not sure if I was Buddhist or Hindu in the previous incarnation. I don't remember, and maybe I never will. I don't know. But there was the Buddha himself had come, and I knew nothing about, I've never read anything about Buddha. I told you, no spiritual books in this entire incarnation. I'm a virgin. I'm a spiritual virgin. Really, I've never even been baptized. No. Wouldn't allow it. So the Buddha appeared, and I was absolutely shocked. And he stated, like he's just reading like the weather script, that this was the incarnation where ego was to be destroyed and to end all suffering. And I was to embark on helping others and some other stuff. I really did forget what he said. I was just blown away. So what is going on? Yeah. And he showed some kind of timeline. I don't really remember, and it doesn't matter really. It doesn't really matter. It's, time just, yeah. He said that Pachamama was to be my teacher for the time being. And then he vanished. And then it was very quiet, very dark. And then there was, I could still remember the vivid purple explosion. I mean, she made an entrance. She was a goddess. Wow. And she came in, and she's like, I am your mother. I am the mother of all of you. And she showed the whole planet with all the little spots of lights, every single one. There was so many, everyone was a human. And she said, you are all my babies, and I am your mother. And so she made such an entrance. I was like, I'm in front of her. She's real. Oh my God, she's a goddess. And that's the way it seemed at the time. And I would just, it was to get that commanding respect, so that I would listen to anything she told me to do. And you betcha, whatever in the following 2 years, anything she told me to do, I jumped. I did whatever without question. I did it. But that was part of the teaching. She was starting to plant the seeds of surrender, which is one of the 2 teachings of my master, self-inquiry and self-surrender. Yeah. And the surrender is the hard one, they say, but it was the easiest for this one. Anyway, so after she introduced herself, everything got really quiet again. and very, very quiet. And all of a sudden, I mean, it was the you know it when you hear it. It's coming from inside you, and it's just, it's everywhere, and it was just and it was just coming through. It was like a switch flipped, and I said it was like that scene in the Back of the Future where Marty, the first Back of the Future, when he plugs in that electric guitar and he turns it on, and wham, that was exactly, but it wouldn't stop. It was just going, and I was like, and it was, I'd never read anything about this. I'd heard maybe in some movies or TV or something about it, and I knew what it was. And it was actually quite terrifying. It was coming from everywhere. I thought my skull was going to be ripped apart. I really did. I thought I tried clenching my jaw because I thought my teeth were going to actually snap. They were hitting each other so hard, and so I crunched my teeth, and then I thought my jaw was going to actually rattle off. The was just so, and it was this is not a soft, gentle thing. This is something you're not going to forget. So it was just, I was crying out help, but I knew I was making the words, but I couldn't hear it over the It was so loud. It was so loud. And it was, I honestly thought I was gonna die. That's how I'm going to die. I'm going to, by hearing the I mean, what, I didn't have time to think about this. Like what? And then as soon as it started, it just stopped. And it was just the silence. I was just hearing my own breath, and I'm like, my heart's pounding. I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That was the That was the that was actually the And
That's amazing.
Yes.
I mean, you connected directly right to source that night, you know.
That's the sound of it.
You know, yeah.
That's the sound of everything. Yeah. So I've written down the whole integration, but most of it's not necessary. What it was very important, it was when I noticed, when I wrote this down recently, that last paragraph is when I recently realized that there were two teachings in hearing the There were two fundamental non-dual teachings when I heard the actual and that was that it was in the head. I did not hear the in the heart. It was not in the heart at all. It was only here, and it was everything. It was the sound of everything. And for a while, I thought that the medicine had produced this sound, and it took a few years to realize she couldn't. There's no way she can produce this sound, because this sound is the sound of everything in the universe. It's everything. I can't believe it doesn't kill a human body to hear it. It may have in history. I don't know. And ayahuasca is a frequency, is a special medicine just for this planet. It may exist on another planet, I don't know, but on this planet, this is her cell phone. This is her medicine. It's extremely powerful, but it's only here. So the ayahuasca literally doesn't have the power to produce the that's the self. That's the para-Brahman. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
And the first lesson was, of course, hearing it in the head, not in the heart. So it's in the head. It's the Maya. It's the sound of the Maya. It's the sound of the entire Maya. So that was the first lesson. It's in the mind. It's not in the heart. And the sound came and went. It came and it went. So if it appears and disappears, it shows up and it's no longer there. If it's not always there, then it's not real. And that was the message. This is the Maya. It's the mind. It's the ego, and it's not real.
Right.
That was the message. It was so subtle, but unless you're looking for that with that reasoning ability, you'd never know.
Right. If it has a beginning, it has an end.
And that was my master's fundamental teaching. And he too, his teachings were just about parallel with Advaita Vedanta, but he refused to say that he was from this school or that school. He's just this.
Yeah, right. That's interesting.
It's the same.
Very interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, this is, and the rest of the 2 years, she was basically prepping me, grooming me, purifying. Making sure I stayed on that sattvic diet, answering any questions about diet changes or anything like that. And there came a time where she really put the smack down with the humility. I realized that I had a compassion problem. You have to, that was the lesson, is the long lesson is you have to go in the heart. You can sit there and read books and go in the mind. And there are people who really think they can do Advaita Vedanta intellectually, and then that's enough. And as long as they intellectually understand it, then they're good. And that they're lying to themselves, lying to anyone else that will listen. Because you have to go in the heart. This is the great compassion. If you don't put it in the heart, and that is really hard to do. It's simple, but it's not always easy. It's not easy. I don't know. I've been yammering on here for a while now. What about you? Did you have any advice?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, for me, you know, it took me a while to get to Advaita Vedanta, and I think how I came to it, the path that took me there was, you know, at first, you know, it was, you know, to end the suffering, and how the suffering is in our mind, the suffering is within our ego, our suffering isn't real. And then over and over again, you know, still the mind, quiet the mind, learn to gain control of your mind. You need to take control of your mind. And, you know, and that was, you know, just hammered at me, you know, for the first few years, you know, gain control of mind.
From the medicine actually was telling you this?
Yeah, both, you know, the medicine and you know, through my studies, you know, was, you know, gain control of the mind, you know, and then you know, I've always had, you know, a really keen interest in the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, you know, and I used to read them a lot. You know, I think I first read it in 2015, and I had absolutely no understanding of it whatsoever, you know. I tried my best. I read it really carefully, read it over and over again, and then I picked it up a little bit later. But it wasn't until I drank the medicine that I really began to understand what they were saying and what it was about. But it was very difficult. The terms in the books were, you know, so wholly unfamiliar to me, and the names and the places, you know, was so unfamiliar to me, that I really didn't get a grasp on what those books were saying, you know. But then when I came upon Swami Savrapriyananda,
I know him.
head of New York Vedanta Society. Following one of my surgeries, I began to listen to a lot of his lectures on YouTube, you know, and I would always hear him. Well, first I would hear him mention Adi Shankara all the time. And he would always be referring back to the Upanishads and the Gita, you know, and then I soon learned that the Upanishads and the Gita and Advaita Vedanta are connected, you know. That's a path. It's a path that starts with the Upanishads, you know, and I learned that, you know, the Upanishads basically simply just stated this fact that the ultimate reality exists, you know, the Brahman exists, the Atman exists, you know, and they had all the different sages stated how they came to this realization in their own way. But it didn't really say how we get there, you know. And then the Bhagavad Gita begins to tell us, you know, how we get to this Brahman state, the Atman state, you know. And then Adi Shankara comes along with the Advaita Vedanta, and we you know, begin to delve deeply into, you know, a stronger understanding of the Atman, the Brahman, and, you know, and this ultimate reality that pervades all of existence, you know. And then, you know, at that point, everything kind of fell into place, and I saw the path laid out very, very clearly, you know, and I just, you know, I jumped on it and, you know, studied crazily for, you know, a good year and a half, you know, with the Upanishads, the Gita, all the Advaita Vedanta. I took some training with some woman out in Los Angeles or San Francisco, and yeah, you know, and then, you know, you connect that with the medicine, especially the 5-MeO, you know, you begin to realize, you begin to experience, you know, divine source energy, you know, how we have this consciousness coursing through our bodies at all times.
You are that.
how we have this coursing through our bodies at all time, but we're not aware of it, you know, because it's covered up with all the cultural
ego.
conditioning that we have going on in our life, the traumas
Superimposition.
that we've experienced in our life. So the key becomes quiet the mind and shut that conditioning up, shut that trauma up, and you will begin to feel divine source energy coursing through your body, and it will put you in a state of bliss, ecstasy, whatever you want to call it, and nothing in this world can stand before those states of ecstasy or bliss. Problems of the world just simply melt away, and it's fantastic. It's beautiful. Nothing compares to it, and if you're fortunate enough to experience that, again, the direct experience, you'll see and you'll understand, and for me, it's the one true path, you know what I mean, as far as I'm concerned. The work with the 5 was, so much about that. And actually, I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to ask you about what did you call it? Bufo Samadhi?
Oh yeah, because as opposed to the regular Nirvikalpa Samadhi, because I had actually started experiencing samadhis 2018. I don't know. There's been a lot of them. I don't even keep track of how many there. They happen now and then. I used to be impressed. The first few really made a mark because it was a big deal, and they all happened when I was alone. They all happened, in a safe place. It's not like when you're driving down the highway, you're going to go into samadhi. You're not going to do that to yourself.
Yeah, no.
Because you are the self. You're not going to do that. If you're meant to have a samadhi, it's going to happen when it's a safe time to happen. And it's always when I've been alone, or like I'm laying, sitting next to my son who was sleeping for that second or third one. And another time it woke me up at 4 a.m. for another one. The first one happened when I was in the shower here and at home alone. And I got out of the shower, I'm drying my hair, and all of a sudden the world disappears. And everything disappears completely. And I don't know what you call it, like the burning bush. It was the burning bush, and there was a frequency that came with it. It was the burning bush.
Yeah.
And that was it. I was like, whoa. And I was, impressed at the time. And oh my God. And I didn't dare tell anybody, because after what happened when I tried to explain what happened with the Om, I know, no, I'm not telling anybody about this.
Don't understand.
And then the second one was actually very instructive. It was, again, the Om, but this time broken down into like a samadhi PowerPoint. This is unbelievable. Everything disappeared again, went back to the nothingness, the para-Brahman, and showcased what happens every time the universe is imagined is manifested. And this happens a bazillion times a millisecond. It's destroyed and manifested, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, but it was showing how in a slow-mo, basically the Big Bang, from going from the awareness of nothingness to like how everything becomes a focal point, and then the sound, the frequency happens first, and then boom. And I found out after that, because I never read the Bible, that's literally what it says in the first part of the Christian Bible. But first there's the word, and then the word was "let there be light" or something like that.
Exactly.
But that was interesting that was samadhi was showing, and it was showing the feeling and experience of the creation of an ego. And so they have been very educational. And there was one on karma that I had on karma. There's others on deity. I mean, others on portals, others on the Shiva Shakti. I mean, there's been so many. I just don't care anymore. I don't care. At this point, I'm like, they come, they go. But for some people, they want and need that spiritual experience, and they will go and get the bufo, which what I was saying was that is the artificial version, is the instigated artificial version of the samadhi, rather than going within and doing, because I was doing insane meditation. I was just obsessed with meditation at this time. That's why the samadhis I wasn't looking to have a samadhi. They just sort of happened. Same with the Kundalini. I'm working with mushrooms. In between ayahuasca sessions, I worked heavily with that ayahuasca and psilocybin for 2 solid years. I mean, I was like a machine, just going to town. This is not not fun party time. This was, what do I have to do? What do I have to do? And I just fell into Ram Dass. I fell into it was Nisargadatta Maharaj. I started listening to the sages, because Ram Dass couldn't cut anymore. I needed something stronger. And it was at the end of the 2 years where my boyfriend actually said, "Have you ever seen a film called Jnani?" And I went on. Have you ever seen it?
No. No, I
Oh,
haven't.
oh, go on
Good one,
YouTube.
huh?
Free.
I'll
It's
check it
called
out.
Jnani. Just Jnani. It's the documentary about my master. And
Oh, okay.
oh yeah, it's good. And so when that first opening scene comes up and Bhagwan Sri Ramana Maharshi's face came up over and I saw his, this is at the end of the time with ayahuasca. It was right before my last ayahuasca ceremony because she always seemed like she had a time crunch. Like she was always like, time is of the essence. And I didn't know at the time that she had a schedule. She had a schedule.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know. I'm like, la la la, do ayahuasca.
Right.
So yeah, towards the end of my last ayahuasca ceremony, this was, yeah, I think I saw the Jnani film right before that. It must have been
Yeah.
December way before, because it was like February of 2019 was the last time I did ayahuasca as the ceremony. So I watched the Jnani film, and in the opening scenes, they show my master's face come up. And I had never heard in this incarnation, this is the beautiful part of so unbiased. I'd never heard of Bhagwan Sri Ramana Maharshi. I'd never seen a picture of him. I didn't know anything about this at all. And his face comes up on the screen of the TV, and I see his eyes, and my heart knew him immediately. I knew him. I didn't know how, I didn't know where, but this, I knew it the minute. I can't, it's a bond you can't explain. And at that moment, that is your guru. And I actually fell to the floor, and I'm shaking and I'm crying in ecstasy. I mean, and I later would read this happened to many of his devotees, that they would fall to the floor and start shaking. And I couldn't help it. I was at such ecstasy, and I prostrated immediately, and I just knew this is my master. And I would later, a couple years, 3 years later, the memory would come back that he was indeed my master. And I was a very old, sick man. I was older than Ramana. I was older when I found him. I didn't find him until I was an old man. And I had tuberculosis. And I remember dying. I can go into detail about it. I don't think we have enough time. But
yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. And so for the following 2 years after that, I was very rigid, listening to his recorded translated satsangs, and the Sargadatas helped a lot. My master had no qualms about seeing many sages. I've heard you should actually surround yourself with sages. And in this day and age, you can do that. You have YouTube.
Yeah.
Listen to the satsangs all the time. And that's is meditation. Listen to satsangs. The medicine had said goodbye to me in February of 2019. She said,
really?
She had one more teaching for me. And she said, she showed me 2 earths, because anytime she spoke, she's speaking from the perspective of a planet, because she's a planet. And so we have to change our definition of what's alive and what's whatever.
Yeah.
She showed me 2 planets. She said, okay, destroy everything. And I was like, are you serious? She said, yes, destroy everything. So I destroyed, and there was nothing. She said, okay, bring it back. I brought it back. Okay, destroy it again.
Yeah.
And she had me a number of times, destroy. What she was saying is destroy duality, destroy duality. That's what she was telling me. And she said, okay. She said, I cannot go any further. Where you're going, I cannot go. And she pointed to a star off in the darkness. She said, that's where you need to go. You need to go there. And what she was pointing at was myself. And I was very intimidated. I was frightened, but I knew she was right.
Right. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So I just followed my master's instructions. He said self-surrender. He came to me in meditation after that ayahuasca ceremony. I sat on the couch and right here, and I just felt the need to meditate. And I sat down, and he came to me immediately in a vision. He showed himself prostrating to himself, like this, prostrating to himself, and instructed, and it's like telepathic. And because at this point, I don't care if the Jnani has a body or not. It was actually better he didn't. So I wouldn't be attached to the form. Yeah. And so he's gave specific instruction. At first I thought it bhakti yoga, and it appeared to be bhakti, but it was transcending into oneness. And that's so it wasn't supposed to stay fixated on the 2. It's not about 2. It's about
non-duality.
2.
Yeah. That's what life is all about. Non-duality. Yeah.
Not
Just
2.
one.
And that was the teachings that came through the sages, was the stuff you want in Advaita Vedanta. This place is not real. The ultimate reality is that which never changes. And if you abide in the self, you understand that, you focus on that, not which not changes. Those medicines made it made that possible, made all of this possible.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I would have, how many more incarnations would there have been to get, I mean,
Right,
countless.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah. That's why, you know, some people kind of frown on the use of the plant medicines and whatnot, but I mean, I kind of see it as, you know, we should be very grateful that we have these available to us. You know, the ancient sages, you know, who could go off in the caves and meditate for 12 years and have these experiences was great. But by and large, for the regular person, these experiences weren't available to them. But now with the oncoming, you know, psychedelic renaissance, these experiences are becoming more and more available to the average Joe, you know, and you know, it's like everybody's birthright to experience, you know, this, to experience our true nature, our true self. So I don't see it like as, you know, cheating or whatever
No.
someone might say.
No, because
We're
it's not
very
an accident.
grateful. Yeah, yeah.
It's not an
we're
accident
very-
that you got your hands in that.
Right.
It's supposed to
exactly.
happen.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a wonderful divine gift. Gosh, yeah. Yeah, wow. Are we over time? Or
I don't know. Hoping Ruby's gonna jump in and say something here to us. How we doing, Ruby?
No, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. It was so immersive, and I am so engrossed into how passionately you walked us through your journey, talked about your journey. That was like I was able to visualize it myself. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
I had a quick question, and then I'd like to open it up to our wonderful audience over here. So my quick question is, after all of that experience and knowing that as the reality, how difficult or how easy is it to integrate back into regular, ordinary life that now you know is the illusion?
Oh, it's so fun. Oh my gosh. This is so fun because there's no attachment and you don't care. It's like you're walking, like you're playing a video game, you're watching a movie, and at every point, you know, it's not real, but there's still the great compassion. There's still the great compassion. So if the apparent other is having a hard time, the traumatic experience, you couldn't possibly go up to him and say, "Oh, suck it up, it's not real." You couldn't possibly do that. No, because they are you, even if they are another manifestation of yourself. This is abidance in the self. So if they are crying, if they're sad, you cry with them. I mean, you yourself cannot suffer. It's kind of like being like those you ever see those lab tanks? It's like a glass tank and they have the gloves that you can stick your hands in. They're built into the tank, and you can interact with what's in the tank, but you're not really part of it. You know, you're not really subjected to it. Nothing in the tank can actually touch you or hurt you. You become the Mandukia frog. You become the Mandukia. You can be in all the filth and it can't touch you, and nothing can bother you. There's no loneliness. There's no fear. There's no anger. There's only the Satchitananda is all that's left. That's all that's felt. It's how the heart went silent, just like Robert Adams said, probably in his book. I've never read his book, but it's called Silence of the Heart, I think. And he was another devotee of Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi, spontaneous like Ramana, came that fast. But I don't know if you know much about him. He could manifest things. When he was a kid, he could walk outside a candy store and he would look at the candy store and say, "Candy, candy, candy," and candy would appear in his hand. Like he was an extremely advanced being. And so a realization happened when he was about 14, and Ramana was still alive, but very old. And he was able to go over and meet with him. He was over there for about 3 years and came back. But I digress totally. But back to the silence of the heart, though. That's exactly what it is. The heart goes completely silent, and you realize you are the Buddha statue. You've always been the Buddha statue, and that is an extremely high teaching, because it's the compassion is so great. There's nothing but silence. The silence is always there. It's always there. It's always there. It's wonderful. And there's nothing but peace. There's always inner peace, but the responses are appropriate. So as like I have a little child, just like you, Ruby, and he's run into the living room and he's waving a knife and trying to get a reaction, and he doesn't get a reaction from his mommy. No, maybe from his dad or somebody, but not from mommy. He gets a response. He'll get an appropriate response, but he will not get a reaction. There's no one left to react. There's no one there.
Yeah.
It's just, there's just only peace. It's like feeling like the first few weeks after the switch flipped, after it was complete surrender. After that, there was first 3-4 weeks, whatever it was, of like a super high of literally doing the Shiva dance in my kitchen, the Shiva dance of triumph and you understand the triumph that you are Shiva, and it actually does mellow out after a few weeks, and then the dispassion gets really deep, and you just don't care about anything, but not in a bad attitude way. It's in a loving way. It's like in a very like.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Nothing can bother you. You never have a bad day. You never have a bad day. You have nothing to worry about because everything's scripted and everything's taken care of. And it's just, there's so much I could talk about this. Ah, gosh. But if anybody is interested, if they want to, because I'll forget if I don't say it right now. I have a Facebook page just where I just talk about just this, so I don't have all my family stuff. It's one is that if you look, I think you see, look for that on Facebook. You can message me on that privately or whatever, and I'll always talk. If I don't get to you right away, I'll get to you at some point. But
I'm
yeah,
also going to write down the name of the Facebook page here in chat so that our audience can go look for it. Beautiful. So now I'd like to open it up to our audience and see if anybody has questions or comments that they would like to share with our wonderful speakers. Okay, so at any point you have questions or comments, you are most welcome to leave them in the chat. We will have access to your questions and comments, and we will send it to the speakers you want us to send it to. And I left the title of Samantha's Facebook page on the chat, and you can go look at it. It's a beautiful page with a lot of wisdom over there, so I'm sure you're going to absolutely love it. Thank you so much, guys. I cannot tell you how very grateful I am. This has been so wonderful. Thank you so very much.
Thank
you guys are wonderful. You're so
Thank
beautiful.
you so much. Bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thanks.
Thank you. You guys are beautiful.
Thank you. So are you, obviously, and you don't need to tell me that. So what we're going to do now is we are going to take a short break and be back in 30 minutes for our next session. It's going to be a talk on human connections and soul relationships. So let us reunite in 30 minutes for the next session. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's time for us to begin our session, and the next session is going to be on a topic called human connections and soul relationships. So the next topic is going to be presented by me. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself, and then we're going to go ahead and start with the presentation. So as you know, my name is Rubaya. I have been your host throughout this event. I am also a founding member of the Institute of Divine Illumination. I will be talking more about the Institute of Divine Illumination in my talk. So we will have a lot to explore over there. My proclivity for spiritual connection began when I was quite young. It was in my formative years that I began self-exploration, and I felt the insatiable yearning for spiritual connection. However, it was much later in life, in the later stages of my life, that I fully embraced my spiritual path, guided by the profound wisdom of divine illumination. I have a PhD in education from Queen's University, Canada, and my current career as an educator began in 2004. So that's a little bit about myself. What I'm going to do now is I am going to share screen, and we are going to start with the next session. Okay, so I hope the screen is visible to everyone. Wonderful. I'm just getting started over here and making sure that it's all visible both to me and to you. Okay, here we go. So welcome to this presentation on human connection, 3O, and soul relationship. Now, I'd like to spend some time over here and kind of flesh out the understanding of human connection and 3.0 soul relationship. So there is a theory in applied linguistics, which is I plus one. It is input plus one. Input is what we already know, are aware of. We come with our background knowledge from our experiences, plus something more. So the human connection over here is the I, the input that we're all aware of. We've all experienced. The 3.0, the 3.0 is the plus, right? What's next? And soul relationship is the one, something more. So let's see if we can take our understanding and experience of human connection a level further, a level deeper, and internalize the aspects and understanding of soul relationship. So the overview of this presentation is the exploration of human connection, soul relationship, and as I have already mentioned, I will also briefly talk about the Institute of Divine Illumination. Have you ever felt this way, surrounded yet alone? I'm sure most of us have. What does this image tell us about human connection? So human possesses an inherent desire for interpersonal connections, as meeting all our needs independently is impossible. Could loneliness serve as a signal for our brain, urging us to seek out and strengthen our support networks? Because during bouts of loneliness, there is a natural inclination to seek the company of others. However, is mere presence in a group sufficient? Physical proximity doesn't equate to a sense of genuine connection. In reality, being in the presence of strangers or individuals with whom we lack a close bond can amplify feelings of isolation. Such situations serve as reminders of the meaningful connections we long for. So, what does research say about it? Here are 5 quotes from research done on the significance of human connection for well-being. I'll read them out one by one. Human beings are a deeply social species whose well-being and health are tightly tied to the quality of their social relationships. People seek social connections with others to combat feelings and loneliness in isolation. Deep and meaningful conversations strengthen social ties. Those who spend more time in deep talk tend to be happier than those who spend relatively more time in small talk. And lastly, people feel more connected to deep conversation partners than shallow conversation partners. Now, let's do a deep dive into research to explore the understanding of human connection. And although these points are coming from research, I would want to request you, as I go through these points, to relate them to your personal experience and have an exercise of matching research with practical lived experience. So research emphasizes that human beings are fundamentally social creatures. Social interactions and relationships are profoundly ingrained in human nature. It suggests that our overall well-being and health are strongly influenced by the quality and nature of these social relationships. Human beings have a natural and inherent inclination towards social interaction and forming connections with others. We thrive on social engagement, communication, and relationships throughout our lives. Our state of well-being, encompassing mental, emotional, and physical aspects, are intimately connected to how fulfilling and meaningful our social relationships are. Positive social interactions often contribute to a sense of happiness, contentment, and overall life satisfaction. The quality of our social interaction, social relationships can significantly impact our physical health. Research suggests that strong social connections can lead to lower levels of stress, reduce risk of chronic diseases, improve immune function, and even increase longevity. Meaningful social connections provide emotional support, validation, and a sense of belonging. They can help individuals cope with stress, anxiety, depression, and other mental challenges. Beyond individual well-being, the quality of social relationships within a community or society at large can influence collective health and harmony. Strong social bonds within communities can contribute to social cohesion, resilience, and a sense of unity, which in turn can promote the overall welfare of society. Loneliness and isolation as negative emotions. So loneliness and isolation are recognized as negative emotional states that individuals strive to mitigate. These emotions can lead to feelings of emptiness, sadness, and a sense of being disconnected from others and society. To counteract these negative emotions, people actively seek social connections, engaging with others, forming meaningful relationships, and being part of a social group can provide emotional support, companionship, and a sense of belonging, ultimately alleviating feelings of loneliness and isolation. From an evolutionary standpoint, seeking social connections is seen as adaptive behavior. Throughout human history, survival and successful reproduction often depend on being a part of a social group, highlighting the importance of social connections for human well-being. Moving on, Research also finds that there is a correlation between the type of conversations one engages in and their level of happiness. People who spend more time in meaningful, substantial conversation, like deep talk, tend to report greater levels of happiness and satisfaction with life. Deep talk often involves discussions about personal beliefs, goals, emotions, and significant life experiences, quite like Darren and Samantha's session today. Engaging in such conversations allows for a deep connection with others, fostering understanding and empathy. Finally, meaningful conversations can lead to a sense of fulfillment and enhanced well-being. They provide individuals with the opportunity to express themselves authentically and connect on a more profound level, contributing to a more satisfying and happier life. So, in light of that discussion, we can say that human connection enables us to garner a sense of fulfillment and also improves individual well-being. But what next? What's the next step? What could lead to greater fulfillment and well-being? Maybe transforming human connections to soul relationships? Now, I would like you, my audience, to hold on to this thought, right? Transforming human connections to social relationships. We will revisit this soon. But first, let's try to explore the understanding of soul, as the understanding of soul is present in various world religions and traditions, and its interpretation varies. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, it is said, "Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being." This verse emphasizes the creation of man and the imparting of life by God, implying the unique spiritual essence that distinguishes human beings. In Christianity, the soul is often defined as an immortal spiritual essence created by God. It is unique to each individual and is the seat of consciousness, emotions, and personal identity. Christians believe that the soul is eternal and will experience either salvation or damnation based on one's faith and actions. Surah As-Sajda from the Holy Quran says, "Who made everything he created excellent, and he began the creation of man from clay. Then he made his posterity out of the extract of a liquid disdained. Then he proportioned him and breathed into him from his soul, and made for you hearing and vision and hearts. Little are you grateful." In Islam, the soul, known as ruh, is considered a divine creation by God. It is the essence of life in humans and resides within the physical body. Muslims believe that the soul is accountable to God and will be judged based on its deeds on the day of judgment, leading to eternal reward or punishment. According to the broader understanding in Sanatana traditions, the soul, Atman, is understood as the eternal, indivisible essence within each individual, intricately linked to the ultimate reality. Various scriptures, philosophical texts, and spiritual practices delve into the nature and significance of the soul in the Sanatana worldview. Verse 20 from chapter 2 of Bhagavad Gita, I share with you. Let us listen to the chanting.
न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचित् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणः न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे.
So now I would like to move on to the translations. And here I have provided two variations of English translations. The soul is neither born, nor does it ever die, nor having once existed does it ever cease to be. The soul is without birth, eternal, immortal, and ageless. It is not destroyed when the body is destroyed. Atma is not born, nor does it ever die. After having been, it does not cease to be unborn, eternal, changeless, and ancient. It is not killed when the body is destroyed. So, if the body and the soul are separate, and that's the common understanding among all different traditions, or in all understanding, that is what we find, that the soul is separate from the body. Keeping that thought, holding on to that thought in mind, let us ask, if the body and soul are separate, what am I? And Rumi beautifully says, I am not this hair, I am not this skin. I am the soul that lives within. We are not the body, we are soul. Sarva Mayaji says, your bodies are like the fingers, divided yet forever connected as one. Fingers are distinct parts of the hand, each with its unique form and function. Similarly, in the context of human life, we appear as distinct individual bodies, each with distinct lives, experiences, and paths. Although we appear as distinct individuals in the many bodies, we're all connected and united at a fundamental level, just as fingers are part of the same hand. We are part of a larger whole. Despite our differences, we share a common essence or source. And that's what all the spiritual paths tell us and lead us towards. Unity and oneness underlies our apparent diversity. While fingers may separate, they are integral to the hand, functioning harmoniously together. Similarly, despite our apparent individuality, we are ever connected beings sharing a common existence. Forever connected as one, we have timeless and immutable connection beyond the physical realm, implying a deeper spiritual or metaphysical unity. Now, let's get back to the old thought that I had requested you to hold on to. Transforming human connections to soul relationships. Wouldn't that lead to greater fulfillment? And so the next step is to transform the human connections to soul relationships, where everybody will work together towards well-being of each other for greater fulfillment. So the equation has changed. We had I, we added one. Human connections to soul relationship. This brings us to the key concept of altruism, which is an essential concept and an essential aspect of soul relationships. Altruism is a selfless concern or regard for the well-being, happiness, or needs of others without expecting anything in return. It involves actions or behaviors aimed at benefiting others, often at some personal cost or sacrifice. Altruistic acts are motivated by genuine care, compassion, empathy, or a sense of moral duty. The key characteristics of altruism include selflessness. Altruistic actions are performed with no direct personal gain or benefit. The focus is entirely on helping others or promoting their welfare. Altruism often stems from the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. Compassion drives altruistic behavior, promoting a desire to alleviate others' suffering or enhance their well-being. Altruistic actions are not motivated by the expectation of receiving anything in return. The act itself is seen as rewarding, and the well-being of others is the primary goal. Altruistic actions are aimed at positively impacting the lives, happiness, health, or circumstances of others, whether individually or within a community. Lastly, altruism is a form of pro-social behavior, which encompasses actions that benefit others or society as a whole. Now, what can be some true to life and simple examples of altruism? Examples of altruism include helping a stranger in need, volunteering for a charitable cause, donating to those less fortunate, and something as everyday and simple as providing emotional support to someone going through a difficult time. The concept of altruism is often explored in various fields, including psychology, sociology, philosophy, and evolutionary biology, to understand human motivations, social behavior, and the roots of kindness and cooperation in society. And it is at the forefront of spirituality as well. This takes me to my final slide. And now I would like to take the opportunity to introduce the Institute of Divine Illumination. The Institute of Divine Illumination is a nonprofit educational organization rooted in the wisdom that emphasizes the ever-connectedness of all life and the presence of the divine essence in all. IDI aims to provide platform to catalyze conversations that enable people to find meaning and create purposeful lives and relationships with others, which are so deep. The Institution of Divine Illumination has a global presence, reaching out to individuals across various cultures and backgrounds to embrace diversity and strive to unite people through a shared commitment to spiritual growth and enlightenment. Through digital platforms, the Institute endeavors to spread its teachings and message of ever-connectedness of all. I would like to end with the understanding that at our core, we are fundamentally one. To discover a deeper sense of contentment in our human interactions, it's crucial to delve into our inner selves and comprehend our soul, our true essence. As we embark on this introspective journey, we begin to recognize our inherent similarity, understanding the unity and perpetual connectedness that binds us. Nurturing soul connections through altruistic actions amplifies our fulfillment and imbues our human relationships with greater meaning, transcending the ordinary to embrace a higher, more profound ever-connectedness. Thank you so much for being present for my session. And now I welcome your questions. Or share your thoughts.
Yeah, hi, Ruby. So what you're trying to do is to the divine illumination. This is like your thing that you're trying to grow, put together. Is that what it is, or?
Yes, so this event was also hosted by the Institute of Divine
Right.
Illumination, organized. So just what we did throughout this event, come together, bring the many spiritual lineages, traditions, paths together, and realize and understand how all leads to one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The root of existence is oneness, and when we transcend ordinary existence, we also find oneness. So it's oneness all over, oneness everywhere. So that's what we work towards. And also we work towards connecting humans at a soul level, so that soul relationships can be built and human connections can become more meaningful.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's so true. It seems like nowadays things are so superficial, and that's why I think so many people are unhappy and dissatisfied with their life. I think that's a great goal, to learn how to develop deeper connections and deeper relationships with the people around us and whatnot. Do you have any plans for any other upcoming events in the near future, or?
We do. So we
Okay.
will have Navaratri celebration, daily talks and puja. I will be sending you the link very soon. I know that you are interested in the sharing the knowledge of the Divine Mother. So you're most welcome, Darren, to join us. And it would actually be really wonderful. And hopefully the Enlightenment Day event is going to be an annual thing. Yeah. And you're all welcome to join us and be with us and help us move it forward.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Darren. I
Thank
see
you.
a hand. Yeah, thank you. I see a hand raised. It's Dr. Abani. Did you have a question for me?
Yeah. Yes, hi.
Hi.
That was great. Thank you so much. It kind of amalgamated the whole session and the whole conclusive. It's a true manifestation of the whole of what has been happening so far, all the talks, and a kind of a very impressive closure with the organization that you are like it's that you have created, and there are so many great things coming up. Congratulations for that. I wanted to focus on two things: the issue of soul and altruism that you talked about. A small comment, just a brief comment on that, taking out from the spiritual perspective of Bowles. Bowles talk about soul as an energy. Obviously, soul is always an energy. And when there is an altruistic soul involved in a Bowel body, or a body of a person, that soul enhances into a soul of 70 people. They have a specific history with the number 70. I'm not going to go into that. That's a huge and very interesting history we can share later on. So that is an energy when a soul becomes altruistic. And whenever that altruistic soul starts celebrating or starts helping people all around them, that altruistic soul, that energy kind of transforms, and it also transforms those people who are helping, whom the soul is helping. Those people are also, it's been believed in the songs that those people also have that start possessing that altruistic soul, and the energy of that soul is enhanced 70 times. So talking about that in mind, I was wondering like how, if you want to elaborate a bit on the connections between soul, altruism, and the organization itself.
Sure. Thank you. That's a wonderful question, and it gives me an opportunity to sort of extend on my talk also. So, soul is, as you said, energy. And in one of our previous sessions, we had the metaphors or the analogies of how if you take a drop out of the ocean, this drop is still the ocean, maybe in a different magnitude, just like the rays of the sun. There's still manifestations of the sun, maybe in a different way or in a different form. So just like that, we come from the same source, which is why oneness is the absolute reality or the understanding of the absolute reality. And then we manifest and in different forms and possess different names, and we play these different roles. But in essence, we're all the same. Goes back to the metaphor of fingers and hands, how from the wrist, the fingers branch out and become separate. And they do so because they have different roles. The thumb has a role, the index has a role, all the fingers have different role to play. Just like that, when we manifest into existence as different bodies, we also have different roles to play. And in playing these different roles, we often forget the reality, which is that we're all one, the ever-connectedness, the oneness, the unity, from where we all began. So that leads to the understanding of altruism, which is to bring altruism back and put the other before you, because you are the other. So moving away from the understanding that you are the body, when you look into the understanding of soul, you get to move away from the understanding that you are the body. And then you go back to the understanding that you are one with everybody who appears to be different bodies. So the finger is going back to the wrist and knowing that they really are the hand. So then what altruism does is enable us to put ourselves away, cast the sense of self away, and really try to be there for the other. And in love and in service, realize that there is no difference between who I thought I was and the other I see in front of me. So it's total unity. And that also goes back to the understanding of how we transcend just human connections, make it more meaningful, and take it into the soul relationship, where the relationship is that we are ever connected, the ever connectedness of the relation of the soul. That is the soul relationship. And that also leads to the root wisdom of the Institute of Divine Illumination, where Divine Illumination wants to propel all its activities rooted in the wisdom that there is ever connectedness, and in all there is the divine presence, which is the essence of all. And knowing that, and in spreading that, we also are creating a platform where individuals can come and realize that the individuality is only a mirage, and then break it apart through altruism and take it forward into the ever-connectedness of all of humanity, the whole, all of existence, the soul. And that is what the whole purpose of this event is also, to show that even if there are very many paths, spiritual paths to enlightenment, ultimately, we're all moving towards the one and the same destination. I hope that answered your question.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was really insightful. Thank you so much. Learned a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the question. That was wonderful. So any other questions from any other audience member over here? You can leave your comments and your thoughts, as I've always been telling you and encouraging you to do, because we will read through all of them and we will get back to you. But yes, again, if you have any other question for me, please feel free to ask. And before you do ask me, there's just one other thing I would like to mention. We have another wonderful talk coming up by Yogiji Surajnathji. He's going to be talking about the sayings of Gorakhnath, Gorakh Sabadi. So that's another lineage of spirituality, which is profound and absolutely mesmerizing. So I would invite and request you to stay back for his talk. He should be here in 9 minutes. He's right on. He is in India and he's already awake and he's been texting me. He's very excited to present his talk. So I welcome you to stay back and listen to his talk and learn from him. But in the meantime, if you have any questions for me, anything you want to share, discuss, please feel free to do so.
Thank you, Ruby.
Yeah, thank you. So I can see that Yogi Suratnathji is already here. So even if it is not 10:50 by local time, it's 10 minutes early. Actually, it's 8 minutes early. But if Yogiji would like to go ahead and start his session, you are most welcome to do so. But let me know first, because I would like to introduce you to our audience, and then we can get started with your session, Yogi Suratnathji. Yogi Suratnathji, namaste.
Can you hear me?
Yogi Suratnathji, are you there? Do you need any assistance? Please feel free to let me know. I'm here to help you out. He may be having some technical difficulties at his end. So thank you for being here, Darren. I'll connect to him and I'll make sure that everything's fine at his end. Namaste, Yogi Surajnath ji. Are you ready to present?
Yes. Good morning.
Wonderful. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
If you kindly give me 1 minute, I would like to introduce you to our audience, and then you can get started with your wonderful presentation.
Please get your time. Please get your time.
Thank
Mhm.
Our esteemed speaker, Yogi Surajnath, Guru Budhnath ji, is going to be enlightening us on the topic of Gorakh Sabdi, the sayings of Gorakhnath. Yogi Surajnath, Guru Budhnath ji, was initiated into the Nath school of Gorakhnath by Nari Guru Yogi Budhnath ji in Trimba and received Nath Kundals from Dada Guru Yogi Bijnath ji in 1992. He is from the mutt of Yogi Surajnath, Guru Budhnath ji at Pimpri, Gawali district, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra. He is the author of Insight into Meditation and Yoga and co-authored with Bhagavan Nathji, Ian Duncan, his sincere disciple. Gorakhnath Sabdi, the sayings of Gorakhnath. Thank you for allowing me that time, Yogi Surajnath ji. Now the floor is all yours.
Ji, I could speak, I could listen to you, but I couldn't see my video. If it is just a speaking talk, all right. Or if it is a video talk, then you need to do something. Done speaking is here on my screen, and your microphone is unmuted. Your video is stopped. It is like this here. So, is there any technical thing to be done from your side? Please see.
I don't seem to have any restrictions on your video, but I can request, I sent you a request to start video. If you can, yes, there you are. We can see you. Can you see us?
All right. I couldn't see anything there from there, but if you see me talking on video and audio, it's all right. Then I think even if I don't see anything on the screen except these things are ongoing like that. Okay.
We see you.
All right. So I start my speech with your kind permission, friends.
Absolutely.
My subject is yes. Should I start?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. So I start. Friends, my subject is Gorakh Sabdi, the sayings of Gorakhnath. And they are about inner life. In fact, life doesn't make a difference like inner and outer. But when it comes to observing life in itself, then thought or learning in time doesn't work. That has its limit. So what Gorakh says about learning of life per se, so that way we say inner learning. In the very first Sabadi, Gorakhnath makes it clear that in our consciousness as a whole, there are only two basic or fundamental possibilities, functionings that are possible for us to work with. And they are one, thinking, and the other one is just attending. Thought and attention, these are two fundamentally different capabilities in our consciousness. They are basic. This thought can be speeded up, can be slowed down, can be suspended as in samadhi or unman, etc. But thought is movement in time, even if it is suspended time. It is not the ending of time in itself, it is becoming. Speeded, slower, or suspended becoming. Thought or thinking is a part of the brain operating on the basis of the known past. So that way Gorak speaks in his very first sabadi that basati or the manifesting, basati na sunyam, sunyam na basati, agama agochar aisa, gagana shikhara mahi balaka bolayata ka namadhara hoge kaisa. The basati, and he clears that these thinking and observing or thought and attention, these are fundamentally different things, different capabilities. So basati or manifesting or thinking, feeling, sensations, thoughts in a moment in time is not emptiness. And this attention is said to be as emptiness because attention in itself is free from the known, free from the past. And attention can use thought or thinking, but thinking never can come unto attention. This is basic. So this attention basati, the attention or the thinking is not emptiness, and repeat, emptiness is also not thinking. So stress, it is stressed, it is made fundamentally clear. And then only these two possibilities. In thought, it is time, it is valued, it is, can be right or wrong, good or bad, more or less thinking. But attending, just attending what is going happening, maybe the thrilling of sound of insects or this the very long this train running on a long distance or this bird singing. If you have to attend what is happening within and around, any feelings, any sensations, breathing or this, then thought has no role. Thought cannot do it. And this in itself is pure. It is not valued. Attention is invaluable, not valued in the sense it is invaluable. There is no value as right or wrong, good or bad, more or less to attention. Attention is the wholeness of the brain when it is free from the past, and it in itself it is working, it is invaluable, it is free from the dirt of time. And this is so apparent, so clear. And this is not thinking, this is not thought, this is not basati. So in our with these two possibilities, our life goes on, but they are fundamentally different. Even then, it is a fact that most of our life is dominated by thought. Most of most human beings' life is unfortunately dominated by thought, and this possibility of attention, just attending, is hardly inquired into and learned about, tried with and learn about. This is a pity of humanity. Thought has capacity. Gorak says thought has capacity to think, but on the basis of the past, the known, which has its use in day-to-day life. Without thinking, our day-to-day life is impossible. But despite all its capabilities of thinking, discriminating, analyzing, judging, weighting, calculating, etc., it has no potential to come onto and live in the present. So, Gorak says in a sabadi, chant achanta hi upuje. Thought arises from non-thought. This thinking and attention, attending, this goes together, but thinking is dominating. So thought goes along with attention, but dominating attention. Chanta sabajugakshin. Thinking, thought is the sorrow of all ages, all beings. Yogi chanta bisare. A yogi gives up thought, puts the thought or thinking in its right place and forgets about it. comes to attention again and again without any ideal that attention should continue all the time. No, this body mind is a machinery. It cannot be kept in the same gear all the time. Ups and downs need to be there. Naturally, they are there. But when we have passion, silent passion for the sake of, we don't know about supreme intelligence, yet we have not talked about supreme intelligence or God. We are talking about just what is, what Gorak says. The sense of Gorak is a Siddha. And the Siddha school and Buddha school, these are fundamentally, basically one and the same. Their sense, essential sense is absolutely the same. So anyway, this we have not talked about absolute intelligence or God, the divine. No. For that, Gorak in this very first of this says that Kaka navadhar hoge kaisa. In absolutely empty mind, that supreme intelligence awakens, unfolds on its own, reveals on its own. But who can name that? Who can name him? Indescribable. Even attention is indescribable. Thought could be described, could be narrated, could be valued, could be positioned, could be judged, could be talked about this or that way. But there is no way to talk about attention. Attention could be lived. It is not known. It is never the known. It can be lived, but it is not the known. This is fundamental. And this attention, this thinking has tests. It can be good or bad, liking, pleasing or paining. When thinking is said, it implies all our music, listening, entertaining, that feelings implied in that music, or we talked with each other, things implied into that, or what we eat, consume, drink, all these things of what we name and form. The thought or thinking is the field of time, is the field of name and form, so that the basati or what we live actually in actuality, that is not denied, but that is the limit of that thing, and what it is needs to be understood. So it is time movement, it is an impermanent movement, changing movement, so uncertain movement, not actually absolutely secure. But despite this, we need to find security in day-to-day life in the field of time also, but it is by nature uncertain, anything may happen. And attention is not so. We cannot value it. That is shunyata, emptiness. And then with absolute, what attention could do, attention being nothing in itself, whatever the things of this basati or the thought or thinking comes up in attention, attention being emptiness, nothing, it's a pull. It does nothing but it's natural pull for all things through our consciousness, in our consciousness mind, that they are pulled within, they are flown, they are being streamed up from the consciousness, and in the fire of observation, when they meet to the fire of observation, attention, emptiness, nothing, they are absorbed. This is the law of nature. And in complete absorption of the mind, complete emptying of the mind, the supreme intelligence or the divine, Gorak doesn't name that anyway, but it reveals, and Gorak says that it's like a birth of a newly born, it's like a newly born child, revelation, and there is no way to describe that. Gagana Shikhara Mahi Balak Bole, Taka Navadhara Hoge Kaisa, in that empty consciousness, the revelation of that supreme, the divine is there, but there is no way to describe that. Who can describe that? I remember here this in the 11th century that Master Eckhart, German philosopher, said the very same line that why do you pray about God? Everything you say about God is untrue. That way, it is not denied. Supreme or the divine is not denied, but even we cannot talk about or describe the attention, presence of the mind. We can live it, but we cannot describe it. Where is the way to describe supreme? And these three things are fundamentally different planes. It is not that basati is emptiness or this the manifesting or name and form is emptiness. No, they are fundamentally different. And From these two as well, but emptiness, this name and form and emptiness, the supreme, the divine, the ultimate truth is also fundamentally different than these two. However, this name and form or thinking cannot come onto attention, but attention can use thinking. If and it attention can use thinking very purely if thought is not dominating attention. If we understand what attention, Gorakya Sabari says, this Swami Shila Aluni, the master's present or this masterly present of attention is said to be tasteless, saltless. It has no taste of its own, but it could absorb every taste of pleasing and paining of the vasati of name and form of thought and time. It has potential to absorb. So this attention, to live by attention, observation, meditation is the ending up thought, the ending up time. And that way, describing this, what this observation, attention, or this emptiness is, Gorak in Sabadis puts these things very precisely, that observation is the mother, darsana mai, this attending, observing with skill and diligence. We will look into its skill also, practical thing towards the end. But let us understand this theory so that we catch hold of practicing as well, and we live that with fullness of our brain without any doubt in the mind. Doubt is a good thing, but doubt has its limit. Doubt falls in the field of thought and time, in the field of thinking. So presence, in the presence, in attention, there is no place for doubt, no place for thinking anyway. Thought cannot touch that, cannot come onto that plane. But despite this, understanding the place of thought in daily life and its limit, otherwise that it is a moment in time, it cannot come onto the present. We can live, we can come on to be living on the present, in the present, moment to moment. So these things, these matters of understanding about the consciousness are basic. Thought has capacity to design things for our day-to-day life, judge, weight, calculate, design. And does this mean this in this book, what way to design this machinery, this building, what way to design? All right, but does this mean that thought should design ways in the name of God? Bhakti yoga, Raj yoga, Dhyan yoga, Lay yoga, Mantra yoga, Tantra yoga, Allah yoga, Talla yoga, and whatever. These designs, thought could design these things, but they are moment in time, and they all of that have no potential to come into and come onto and live in the present. So when we understand the place and limit of thought, we come on to live in this pure awareness. Attention or observation is pure awareness. You see, while driving a car or walking on foot, even driving a car or motorbike, some machinery, if we, and there are this knowledge, all this memory, driving skills, technical skills, traffic rules, destination, direction, these are all things of learning in time of thought, and they are recorded in, we use them. On that basis of that, we drive skillfully. Even the skill is practiced and mastered. But despite all this, while driving a car or walking on a road, driving a motorbike, if we lose attention for a second, second is a big time. If we lose attention even for a half second, we may have an accident. And this attention, the learning of attention, we can live it, but there is no way to learn attention taking time, giving thought. That is to to execute, to practice thought, like that driving technical skill, memorizing traffic rules, etc. There is no way to come onto and live attention. Attention is pure energy. So when we and this thought cannot touch it, but attention can use thought. Attention can use all thoughts maneuvering, and thought thinking, and that its maneuvering could be right or wrong, good or bad, but attention has no value. Attention is valueless. It is invaluable. This is fundamental. Let us get these fundamental things about our consciousness. Everything we have to do in our life, whether it is religious, spiritual work, or day-to-day work, doesn't make difference. But this is to be done basically through the mind, through the consciousness. And when we are not clear into our consciousness, what its capabilities, basic capabilities, its potentials are, then we are dominated and driven by thought in the name of traditions, beliefs, and this and that religious traditions, and they become our ego matter, and that way, that is thought. Chant is the thinking of all people, all times. Chanta, chanta, and it goes. You see, this thinking also goes alongside attention. Without attention, we drive a car, but in that all, this is that. We cannot say that we cannot attain, we cannot meditate, we cannot observe. By observation we live, but thought is dominating. So we travel 100 kilometers of car in a car by driving it. Every time his attention is there, but thought is dominating all that attention. And that way this thought in day-to-day life also, which has no capacity to come onto and live in the present, this pure living path, pure holy virgin living. So that way this thought and time go, this compassionate nature is compassionate. Let me take this another thing in between our talk. Interestingly, this thought of our idea of this Bismillahir Rahman Rahim is a pleasing, soothing idea, a good idea, but it is just an idea, it is not truth. To the point speaking, Kudrat Rahman Rahim, nature is compassionate, nature is compassion. So this thinking is also a part of nature, and compassion, compassionate nature is always awake there. But we have to inquire and learn life. That way we are opening to ourselves to these planes of compassion, the plane of compassion in time, thinking, thought, being compassionate, it is thinking, affectionate, sympathetic. That way compassionate is good, but that has its limit. Being affectionate, compassion, flowering out of attention, living attention, observation, wholly, purely, with freedom from the known, with the alak sense. Let us understand this terminology of Gorak or the Nath school or the Siddha Buddha school. The alak sense is basic, fundamental. As in the Buddhist school, this fundamental of this impermanence, anicca, insight into impermanence, everything is changing, is basic. So that way this alak sense is also basic, and they are fundamentally the alak sense, and this anicca or insight into impermanence, they are basically the same. Alak, the word alak comes from lakhana, lakhana, lakha from lakhana. Lakhana means to see, to observe, to see, to look, to listen, to hear, to feel. And so lakhit, lakha hua means past of the lakhana, which is seen, listened, heard, known, put into the memory, record, data, past. So by knowing the place of that lakh, the seen, the known, and understanding its limit, freedom from the lakh, freedom from the seen, the known, which has been heard, listened, known, recorded in the memory, freedom from that by knowing its place in daily life and its limit. Otherwise, that is the insight into that. Freedom from the known by knowing its place and limit is the alak sense. That's all. This is so simple, fundamental. So we are clear to come onto and live this tasteless, saltless beauty of attention, presence of the mind, without any ideal that it should go continuously or it should be continuous. Why it is not being continuous? That is also desire. In the presence of mind, desire cannot touch it. Desire and thought goes together. They are inseparable. Thought and time, when we say the matter of time, kal, in a Gorak Sabadi, Gorak says, Panchatatta ki kaya vinashi rakhi na sakya koi. This body of 5 elements is perishable. Nobody can keep it everlasting. No, by nature. Kala davana jab jnana prakasha, the ending of time, insight into the ending of time. Kala davana, the burning of time, the ending of time. The wisdom regarding this insight into the matter of insight into this, Vedanta Gorak says. That's all Gorak is saying. As the Buddha says, Aganihi yoga, Aganihi, the Buddha says, Vedana pachaya tanha, Vedana pachaya panya. With experiencing sensations, feelings, we could go into desire, or experiencing feelings, sensations, We could go into Panya, that is attention, presence of the mind, observation. In the same way, Gorak says, Pavana means movements, Binda means sensations, and Agni means fire. They mean basically the same thing, that is sensations, feelings, Bhava, Pavana. Agni hi jog, Agni hi bhog, Pavana hi jog, Pavana hi bhog. Benda hi jog, Benda hi bhog. These sensations, these movements, these vibrations, all this is what we are, our consciousness is the moment in time. Then it could go, this movement of this fire, these sensations, these vibrations, this movement could go with the desire into time, or it has an option, it has choiceless option to understand the place and limit of thinking and thought and time, and to come onto attention, to live the presence, and that way, yoga, yoga. This yoga, Gorak uses the word yoga, yoga, deen, religion, dhamma, dham. These are basically the same words, absolutely the same words. But when any label gets attached to these words, beautiful words, maybe from any language, like that Hindu religion or Vedic religion or Islamic Christian religion, dharma or deen or Islamic deen, then that deen goes away, that religion, that purity of the deen, of yoga goes away, and these false things in the name of religion, deen, this dhamma, yoga comes in between. Likewise, you understand that these big texts, Gita and whatever, they design and present us with bhakti yoga, dhyana yoga, raja yoga, mantra yoga, tantra yoga, and this and that yogas, or 4 yogas or 10 yogas or whatever. Thought can design paths, but let's understand this basic, that there is no way to come unto the present. There is no way to come to observation, to come to attention. And there is no way inwardly, spiritually, in the religious sense, in the learning of life per se, there is no way other than attention, presence of the mind, observation. There is no other way other than presence, attention, observation, and there is no way to come unto presence. You understand this simple thing, and you are clear. You are clear. Aisa hoi bulave nath. Gorak says, whoever is like this, open and learning, so that open to observe and learn, come here, dear, come here. Let us go together, live it and understand it. And then if the mind agrees, we roam together, otherwise go out alone. Man manai to sangi ramao, nahi to ramao akela. If the mind agrees, roam together, go together. Whatever mind agrees, roam, go together, but being open, free from the known. And otherwise go off alone. Whoever lives like this, Gorak says, he is my guru. It is not an ego matter. It is not doesn't Gorak say to please us. Whoever leaves the presence by understanding it, its significance, its importance, its invaluability, its purity. Whoever lives this, come to live it again and again, wholly, with wholeness of the brain, wholeness of the mind. Presence is wholeness, not a part of brain like thinking. Thinking is a part. Presence is wholeness. All our brain needs to be awake. So whoever lives this, रहता हमारे गुरु बोलिए हम रहता का चेला. Whoever lives this life, he is my guru. Whoever lives life, he is my guru. Life as it is, the moment of life as it is, not imagined. I live as his disciple. If the mind agrees, we roam together. Otherwise, go off alone. This basic, more wisdom, call him the guru. Less wisdom, the disciple. No authority and no dependency. In the matter of religious learning and living, we could share with compassion, but what is being shared, whether it is right or wrong, you have to see, we have to see, even if it is said by Gorak or Buddha or Jiddu or whoever X, Y, Z. There may be good things in traditions, beliefs, maybe partial insights are there. All right, good. Let us respect them, and let us respect these masters, these saints, even everybody, every person with human dignity. But we should not depend psychologically on anybody. Physically, we need to depend. physically our life is interdependent. You have arranged all this Rabiat, and I could speak on this. I have taken tea, somebody prepared tea for me, and all these mosquitoes and these honey flies, they have worked to that the crops, etc., come up. Life is all related, interdependent out there. But inwardly, presence is not dependence at all. Psychologically, no dependence. So, Sabadi Gorak clearly says that Birla Jananti Bhedani Bhed, Birla Jananti Daipakached. They are rare who know the difference and non-difference. They are rare who know the difference between two sides. They are rare who know the untold story. Presence of living presence is untold story. We could live it, but it is never told. It is never known. They are rare who know the untold story, and out of this presence of the mind, living it, and that way learning life, they are rare who know insightful and wise words. Birla Jananti Bhedani Bhed, Birla Jananti Dvaipakached, Birla Jananti Akata Kahani, Birla Jananti Sudhi Buddhi Ki Bani. They are rare who know insightful and wise words. And regarding this, in another Sabadi, Gorak says, in Sabadi number 131, what it is? Let us go slowly. Doesn't matter. I don't remember anything. I have worked with all this Bhagavan Nath and me, all this thoroughly, fully. We understand this. Understanding is important, but very few of this. Even though we work together for 33 or 30 years, but even then we remember. Essentially, we understand all this, but we remember very few sabadis. Oh, this is practically. Let me speak. So, पेट की अग्नि विवर्जित दृष्टि की अग्नि खाया, ज्ञान गुरु का आगे होता पनी बिरले अवधो पाया. Abandoning the fire of stomach, the fire of desire, thought and desire. Eat with the fire of observation. Eat with the fire of observation. The master's face right before you, right there, right there. But rare avadhus have found it. Abandoning the fire of stomach, eat with the fire of observation, diti drishti observation. The master's way or the masterly way is right before you, but rare avadhus have found it. These sabadis are like this basic, fundamental. They are beyond traditions. And these intellectual birds, they are very clever when it comes to their tradition, danger to these sayings of Buddha, these basic sayings of Buddha, these Gorak, of Jiddu, they are dangers to our traditions and beliefs. And then they are very clever birds. They put things in the name of Gorak, like the Siddha Siddhant, false text, Siddhi Siddhant Paddhati, all mix up with Vedant Paddhati, etc., Laksha. Instead of Alak, it is Laksha, aiming, having aim, etc., etc. And it is very much propagated. People know, very scholars know about Siddhi Siddhant Paddhati, and they are hardly, very few people, unfortunately, know Gorak Sabadid or the sayings of Goraknath. You know, the pity, for more than 1,000 years, Buddha's sayings remained, were not present in India. They were missing in India. They were finished up with in India. But thanks to these people around, maybe it is Sri Lanka, maybe it is Burma, maybe it is all Asian countries, and now they are all where they have preserved, they have took care of the sayings of Buddha, and that way they could spread around the world, and they could come in India also. That way these books, Navnata Pothi and Siddhant Paddhati and this and that, they are very much popular. They are propagated by these intellectual birds, traditionalists, ideologues, because they see the basic things like sayings of Buddha and Gorak and Jiddu, the danger to their tradition. So to avoid that, to safeguard themselves, this ego is very cunning. This thought and ego center is very cunning. They propagate things. They compose books in the name of Gorak. They insert things in the name of into the sayings of Buddha's Tipitaka or whatever. Fortunately, this Gorak Sabadi is a brief text, very, very brief text, and this is least interpolated. Least, this is just a little more than 300 sabadis, 2 or 4 lines each sabadi, and they are least interpolated. Even if any interpolation is there, it becomes exposed immediately, and it is known by very few. but it needs to be spread throughout the world in the hands of all people, like the sayings of Jiddu, like the sayings of Buddha, the Gorak Sabadis, the sayings of Goraknath. We have worked, Bhagavan Nati and Duncan and myself, we have worked on the sayings of Goraknath comprehensively and presented with original sabadis, their transliterations, so poetic, so compact English translations, and wherever needed, notes both in Hindi and English, with some allied articles on the Nath philosophy of Goraknath, etc. towards in brief. Otherwise, it is all little bit towards the end. Otherwise, it is all Gorak Sabdi text. Anyway, to come to the point, this presence or observation is emptiness. So, about emptiness or Shunyata, Gorak describes Sunij Mai, Sunij Bap, Suni Niranjan Apayap, Suni Kay Parchay Bhaya Satir, Nihachal Jogi, Gahar Gambhir. Emptiness is the mother, emptiness the father, emptiness is flawless by itself, pure energy, flawless by itself. Calm comes with insight into emptiness. Motionless yogi or seeker, a sadhak, a sadhu, any person like this. Motionless yogi, profound, dignified. Sunij mai, sunij bap, suni niranjan apayap, suni kay parchay bhaya sathir, nihachal jogi gahar gambhir. Emptiness is the mother, emptiness the father, emptiness is flawless by itself. Motionless yogi, calm comes with insight into emptiness. Motionless yogi, profound, dignified. And this insight into emptiness, this insight into the presence of mind, which we could live while driving a car, we live. But we are hardly aware that this is so invaluable. And to learn life per se, we need to live this, understanding this its significance. And that is what to live by observation, to live by meditation is to live lively, to live the way of meditation. The way, it is not any way, but to make sense, we have to say it is the way. And there is only the way, and the way by observation, emptiness, presence of the mind, and there is no other way. All rest of the ways are designed, projected, practiced by thought, and they, whoever move by them is bound to move in time, in the field of time and sorrow. And there are many ups and downs in the field of thought. Samadhi is also there in the field of thought. This samadhi, this slowing down of thought, suspension of thought is samadhi. This could be used in presence, as Buddha says in Shil, Samadhi, Prajna, virtue, presence, equanimity of the mind, and Prajna, presence of the mind, observing what is. Like that, this Alak, Niranjan, Avadhu, freedom from the known by knowing its place and limit. So presence of the mind, and that presence of the mind is Niranjan energy, Ni-ranjan, desireless, colorless energy. Ni-ranja, sorrow, time is sorrow, becoming ignorant. So it is sorrowless energy. Presence is free of sorrow, time. Nir-anjan, anjan means mal, tent, dirt. This presence of awareness is dirtless, tentless, it is desireless, it is colorless, it is sorrowless. So it is pure energy. That way the word Niranjan is. In the word itself, all these things are there. And the third word is in this aphorism is Avadhu. Ava plus Dhu. Dhu means cleansing. The word Avadhu is defined by the Buddha earlier. Dhuto hi dhuto kileso va puggulo kiles dhununo va dhammo. The principle of nature by which these mental impressions, sankharas, are being emptied, cleansed, dhunan, cleansing, that principle is avadhu, or whoever person does this work with that understanding, that thing, that purity of living, observation, niranjan tat, the freedom from the name, this anitya bodh, lives by it, lives the way of meditation and cleanses the mind, he is also dhut, avadhu. That way the word avadhu comes from. Likewise, the word nath is also defined by the Buddha. Attahi attano natho, attahi attano gati. You are your master. Who else could be your master? Physically, we need to depend, but psychologically, no dependence. You know, this Sanatan or Sanatan, Bhagavan, Alak, Niranjan, Avadhu, these Siddha Buddha words, basic words, they are not in all four Vedas. Vedas don't know these words. in a Rigveda, Bhagavan comes for one time, but in the sense of Bhagavan only. That is lucky. And nothing to do with Bhagavan as Bhaggarago, Bhaggadoso, Bhaggamoho, Anasavo, burning desire, burning attraction, burning repulsion, burning moha, delusion. And that way, whoever burns this consciousness is Bhagwan, Bhagwanatena Uchati. So the sense of Siddhas and Buddhas is basically absolutely the same. And this, what is, you see, what is happening within thought, movement, feeling, sensations, thoughts go in a corner of the brain. And it takes all of our consciousness, dominates all of our consciousness. Whatever is being felt, pleasing or paining, immediately reactions. And that way desire, that way becoming time, becoming desire and thought is time. So becoming sorrow and ignorance, it is the moment of becoming sorrow and ignorance in the field of time and impermanence, time and change. So anitya, insecure, that way. And presence is secure by itself. Presence is untouched by time. So physically, in the field of name and form, it is all insecure by nature, despite that we need to find security physically. But presence is by itself secure, it is pure, vulnerable energy. We could understand and live it. Otherwise, presence is vulnerable like a child. It cannot dominate you. Thought can dominate. We see domination of thought and wars and all that things. Presence is no domination. It is compassion. It is love. It is beyond compassion, love, beyond thought and time, beyond this any capabilities of thought, being compassionate, being affectionate, etc. They are good. But presence, the compassion, the love that flows or flowers through attention, through meditation, through observation, is beyond any capabilities of thought. Thought cannot understand this. But when we get insight into observation, we work on it, we live by it, then it can use thought. And then the love that flowers through life, through our relationships, that has different quality, that has different smell. It is smell in the gold. About this knowledge, feel, thought, Gorakina somebody says that Jnana Vairagi Tribhuvanasar, knowledge, wisdom by thinking, thought is also a good thing. That's so vast, immense field. But it is all in time. And it is the essence of three words, Tribhuvanasar. Atita Vairagi Utraipar. The Vairagi, Viragi, Vitaragi, whoever ascetic, who lives by presence, Atit, timelessness, who lives by presence, he Uttaraipar, he goes beyond. He is from beyond. There is beyondness. So this importance of thought and learning by thought is understood. It is not that it is hated, it is negated. It is understood. It is essence of the three words. What are the three words? Trilok. In first Sabadi, in the beginning Sabadi is Gorak uses three words. The three words are not upper word, this word, and some lower word. These are all thought fancies. Actuality of the three words is Trilok. Trilok is the world of thought and desire, by which we generally, most of us, live. The world of thought and desire is the first word. The second word is the world of this mind and body and mind, consciousness as a whole, of which thought and desire is a part. These are all time, but thought and desire is a part of body and mind, consciousness as a whole. And the third is this name and form as a whole. Time and name and form, nama roop as a whole, of which this body and mind and this thought and desire are parts. So these are three words. They are not separate basically. They are related. They affect each other. They affect each other. So that way, these three words, Tinalok, three words. These are the three words, and the presence is beyond these three words. Presence of the living, attention, to live by attention is to live beyond these three words. All the name and form, beyond thought and desire, beyond body and mind, beyond this name and form, but not away from name and form, not away from what feelings, consciousness, feelings, sensations we feel. No, otherwise that is movement in thought. We can design God and we can finds pleasure into that ideas, traditions, beliefs. But that is not the way. The way not get away from presence. Presence has no idea. So it lives with what goes on in and around. And these are sensations, feelings. So it lives with what these presence is awake to what happens within. And these are feelings, sensations. They are impermanent, changing, but they are not a delusion. They are not a Brahm. They are not mithya. They are actuality. Thought thinking in the form of words and picture is had its place, and it is not actuality. But the things of feeling, sensations, along with thought and words and pictures are there. They are actuality. When I look towards you, towards this thing, then it is actual looking. But when I turn my most, and then memory is there of that actuality of that things what I have seen, that is memory. Then that memory has its place. Without that, our day-to-day life is impossible. But that is not reality. That is not actuality. That is not fact. That reality has the words and pictures, as memory has its place and limit in day-to-day life. Without that, life is not possible. But that has its limit. So we live by understanding its place and limit, and then we live by freedom from the known, but not away from this, what is happening within these feelings and sensations, this consciousness movement. We live by this. That way, we are not away from the life, the movement of life as it is, and we are deepening in the fire of observation, attention, presence, emptiness, absorbing this feeling, sensation by itself, learning through vulnerably, being open, intelligent. Being open is intelligent. Alak sense is being open, and that is being intelligent really to learn life. So for this for 10 minutes, we will have this questions and answer session. But for this remaining 3 minutes, 9-7 is there. Let us look into some practical aspect of this observation, learning, time, matter, and this feeling, sensations, consciousness, and then what way to work out it practically every time while waking, sleeping, traveling, working. When working, we have to give attention to the work. That way works happens good, right? But in many of the works, we could be meditating and working as well. So we have to be light unto ourselves. As the Buddha says, be a light unto yourself. Atta deepo bhava. In the same sense, Gorakina Sabadi number 276 says, Jagat Guru Manhi Mandek. Look for the word teacher within yourself. You will see that in India, they are very much in hurry to become word teachers. Jagat Guru, word teachers. Nonsense. What kind of word teachers? Intellectual birds. Jagat Guru Manhi Mandek. And it is everybody's responsibility to learn about life, for the learning of life, to be Guru in oneself. Word teacher, to look for the word teacher within oneself. And it is not an ego matter. It is not to depend on authority. And that way, no. So to come to practical thing, Jagat Guru Manhi Mandek, Atta Deepo Bhava, be a light unto yourself. Look for the word teacher within yourself. And like that, you see, the book of mind is open book, every time opening to itself. The books by this, they have their place, but they have their limit. There is Sabdi Gorak Sab, we have explained that thing. This so this book of life, which expresses through our body, through our face, is open for everybody to look, to read, to look, and that way learn about it, learning it. It is never complete learning. It is in the presence, the completion of learning, but it is always open to learning. Completion of learning, but always open to learning that way. All the rest learnings are in time partial. They are never complete. But this learning of life per se, through observation, through attention, is complete in itself then and there, and it is always open to learning without ego matter. So you see, this breathing is there, and these expressions are there. This is language of feelings, is universal. Language of words, pictures, Chinese, English, Hindi, African, Arabian, etc., etc. They are different languages, but the language of feelings in all human beings, all creatures, is the same. Another thing about this language of feelings that, or sensations, expressions, is that we may commit mistakes to know about feelings in other beings. Maybe within there is something expressing something else, but there is no possibility of committing a mistake in knowing about feelings in oneself. So with the breathing, You are naturally aware of this and feelings, expressions, more than this breathing, this tip of the upper lip, the sensation in the center of the upper lip, maybe vibrating like little current like. If you don't get it, maybe feel whatever you like, or breathing is there. If this sensation you get it, it is a master key. Let me say it is master key. So with this, you become, it is sensation vibrating every time. All sensations, feelings change, thoughts change, but this sensation goes on vibrating every time. Don't believe, observe, learn yourself. And then with this, when we are aware of this, this is tasteless, saltless. Thought cannot understand its significance, but when we live it, by it, all this consciousness starts boiling up and exposing itself, and the fire of observation being perceived, being felt, and getting dissolved. Try with some vipassana meditation. Get this insight into meditation. Gorakh Sabari, the sayings of Gorakhnath, explaining these things very minutely. We have composed Bhagavan Nath and Ian Duncan and me. Then another text, insight into meditation and yoga. That is another text in the PDF form. These are all in the PDF forms. So it's time for you, friends, now to question, and we respond that way, understand each other, and share. Please.
Thank you so much, Yogi Surajnath-ji. That was beautiful and powerful and so enlightening. Thank you so much for that beautiful talk on Gorakh Sabati, the sayings of Gorakhnath. I will open it up to the other participants for questions, but I had a question, if I may ask.
Yeah, please.
I wanted to know, thank you. I wanted to know a little bit about the life of Gorakhnath ji. If you could tell us a little bit about his life.
Yes, a good question. Gorakh Sabdi, sayings of Gorakhnath, they are preserved, but it is an unfortunate fact that we know very little about Gorakhnath's historical facts, but he was a disciple of Machendranath. He himself says, Machendranath found Gorakhnath early in his early life, took care of him, gave him education, and when Gorakhnath became in a very young age, enlightened master, then Machendranath backed himself and give full field to Gorakhnath to work on, to go with. It is the very same thing happened with in the modern times with Lidbiter and Jiddu. Lidbiter found out Jai Krishnamurti, that ordinary child among many children at border of Adyar near Madras. And then they, an agent and this Lidbiter educated him, took care of him, and when Krishnamurti Jiddu become enlightened master, they simply backed themselves all. And Krishnamurti then he dissolved that order of the star and this gave up this theosophy and all that things created by thought, moving in thought. He thrown away all of that, and then we have seen the master Jiddu Krishnamurti after this Nitya, his brother's death, and that way. Anyway, we are staying in a way. But Gorakhnath's historical things are very less known by us, but he was the disciple of Machendranath, and his time is around 10th century, not AD, around 10th century AD. And he traveled through all Indian subcontinent from Kabul to Sri Lanka, and from this Burma to Iran's border, like that. He traveled all way. Wait a minute, please. There is something happening here. Okay. Are you listening me? Done.
Yes,
Good.
we can listen to you. We can hear
There
you.
was
We
some
can see.
we could hear you. So Gorakhnath's time is around 10th century, and Gorakhnath traveled all through Indian subcontinent. Each and every village knows about Gorakhnath and Machendranath and Naths and Siddhas. But unfortunately, there are many myths and many stories, and that kind of this fabricated texts are also there. They are much known to the people, but because of love towards Gorakh, even then in Quran, let us not speak about Quran if they don't like, but we see that this Bible they are free from the Bible textical, this authority of Bible, but they love Jesus. That way people love Gorakh, but they hardly know what Gorakh says phrases, and these are Gorak Sabadis, the sayings of Gorak. But this, to understand these two, we have need to give our complete attention. We cannot drive a car without being reckless by thought only. We have to be attentive. We have to understand all the things, so that likewise in the way, on the way of life, religion, we have to understand basic things, and that way any average person, it is not for intellectual birds only. Oh, good, intellectual birds are also accepted. Welcome, come and challenge, come and question, and let us share intelligence with open mind. That way it is common for every person. Attention is such a capability. It is not ego matter. You may be a president or a peon or a sipahi or a farmer or a housewife, but attention is not anybody's monopoly. Thought can be, it is learning in time, always incomplete, and it can become ego matter, we see. But to understand its place and limit, to live by attention. So this about Goraknath, there is a chapter, I have written a chapter, and Kisaji, I will like to send you the text as a present. Please later on send your address to me on our WhatsApp, and maybe anybody sends, I will try to send you, I will send you the book by present, as a present through register post. And so that you understand what Goraknath's autobiography is. I have put that in the text. Please, next question. Okay, is it enough?
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions for Yogi Surajnath ji?
Welcome. Questions are welcomed. We have a little time.
Yeah,
Questions
thank
are
you so much. Darren, did you have anything, any
No,
comments?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming, and it was a pleasure listening to him. And thank you coming from all the way from India. Thank you very much.
Ji, thank you, sir. Thank you. Very glad, very pleased to hear you all this response. Ji.
Thank you so much, Yogi Surajnath ji. It's so very clear. First of all, we understood about thoughts, and then the importance, significance, and the holistic necessity of understanding in whatever we do, whether it is spiritual or something ordinary in day-to-day life. It is not without understanding that we can progress, not without attention that we can progress. So thank you for bringing that knowledge to us. Thank you for...
Yes. We need to give time. We need to work seriously. The meditation work, observation, and sleeping hours are the most serious. Could turn into most serious meditation hours. Sleeping hours, when we are awake while going into sleep, work diligently, patiently, then meditation enters into sleep. And once enter into sleep, in daytime, mind wanders again and again, but once it enters into sleep, by nature, it's law of nature that meditation or observation of presence of the mind continuously unbroken until we wake up again. So you see yourself waking up, meditating, waking up with presence, waking up with freshness. So this day-to-day life, our responsibilities, and life doesn't make difference. Life is open. We cannot make a separation as the spiritual life and the worldly life and this and that. No, in our day-to-day life, in our sleep, in our eating, walking, sleeping, this could, with understanding, basic understanding, this could turn into most and direct way. And there is no other way. There is no alternative. There is no option.
What time are you going to be up?
Yeah, there is no option. Yes, that's right. That's beautiful. There is no separation. There is no separation. Attention is required in everything that we can do, in doing and also non-doing. Non-doing, which may seem like it's non-doing, like you said, how when we go to sleep, but we're still in a meditative state, even in our sleep, and even then it is attention that leads us forward and helps us. Yeah.
Yes, non-doing is very arduous. It is non-doing, but it doesn't happen unless you do it. So the Krishnamurti coined a phrase in his latter life: effortless effort.
Effortless effort. That's a beautiful way of explaining it. Thank you so much.
Non-doing, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Yogi Surajnath ji. Actually, we now come to the end of our Enlightenment Day event 2023. It was an absolute honor. I cannot tell you how privileged and honored we are to have you with us, and also for you to conclude our session with this wonderful and powerful understanding of attention and the diversity of thought which can be tamed through attention and move us towards enlightenment. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank all the wonderful audience who have been with us, who have given us time and spent these 2 days with us. I'd like to tell you that the recordings will be made available soon, and you can watch the different sessions again. You can also send us questions. If you have any questions, you have my email address, and we will get back to you with the answers from the speakers. We will do our best to get that to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much again, Yogi Surajnath ji. This is wonderful. Thank you. We got to see you. It was wonderful to see you. It was wonderful to see where you are. It's so beautiful over there where you are. It's bright daylight with greenery at the back. So thank you for letting us be a part of your beautiful environment as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Colin, for being with us. Thank you, Darren. Again, Yogi Surajnath ji, thank you so very much. Thank you.
To all of you.